Let me let him answer.
Do we have something like internet?
Oh, yeah, we need to get on. Or habit.
honorable guests, dignitaries from the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 7th Annual SDGs Conference 2022, organized in the margins of the United Nations General Assembly by the Journalists and Writers Foundation in collaboration with John Jay College of Criminal Justice and 36 global partners from 24 countries. This week, the world leaders and delegations from the UN member states are convening at the UN General Assembly in New York to deliberate pressing issues to maintain peace and security worldwide through diplomatic channels at the United Nations headquarters in New York. As the people of the planet, we have witnessed the widespread COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, we've lost hundreds of thousands of loved ones. We've gone through a really hard time, economic, social, and environmental challenges. But we managed to come out of these problems together as one united world. Nothing is perfect, but we can make the best of it through working together. After all, one cannot achieve anything alone. We must come together, we must meet one another, and we must act together. We should be grateful for what we have, and that's the United Nations, where the world leaders, the private sector, academic institutions, experts, journalists, and civil society organizations and leaders get together to find solutions to global challenges. In doing so, partnership is key to solve global challenges, and that's why we are gathered here in person and online. With the recent global crisis and humanitarian affairs, from conflicts to climate change, the 77th session of the UN General Assembly, where the world leaders are addressing so many critical agenda items in their remarks during the UN debate this week. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, indicated that resolving these common challenges will require continued solidarity, which brings us all together at this platform as diverse stakeholders of the UN member states, civil society leaders, higher education institutions and leadership, all together from different parts of the world, to create a momentum for the better and full implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal number 17, which is partnerships for the goals. This is our 7th annual SDG conference with the motto of transforming our world. By taking advantage of coming back together in person and online with our global partners from 6 different countries, we have organized a series of side events in the margins of the UN General Assembly. SDG Conference is the signature event of the Journalists and Writers Foundation. And today, we wanted to host all of our global partners from Australia, Greece, South Africa, Kenya, Philippines, India, Turkey, and the United States of America, along with UN diplomats, human rights community of New York, for an exchange of networks, best practices, meeting the change makers and connecting with high-level delegates. I would like to give you a brief about these series events. On Monday, September 19th, we had a high-level reception in New York at a beautiful rooftop. Despite the rain, I think it came along very nice. We had wonderful time, amazing conversations, amazing networks, and that really kicked out the SDGs conference with beautiful beginning. On the 20th, on Tuesday, yesterday, we had a roundtable on journalism and press freedom violations in partnership with John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Thank you so much for hosting us. Our distinguished journalists talked about global perspectives on journalism, trust in news, and protecting journalists from press freedom violations. As you well know, access to information is critical for sustaining peace and development globally. Free, credible, independent media outlets play a crucial role in promoting and protecting fundamental human rights, freedom of expression, the rule of law, and democratic principles. Sometimes they are called, journalists or journalism, fake news, enemy of the state, or demonized for their journalism activities globally. The journalists from Australia, Greece, India, South Africa, Turkey, and the United States of America spoke about press freedom violations against journalism at the local, national, and global levels. They also proposed some good policy recommendations to protect and empower journalists and media organizations. Finally, next week, on Wednesday, September 28th, we will have Pioneers in SDGs award ceremony, which pays tribute to outstanding organizations and individuals who contribute to the sustainable peace and development at the local, national, and global levels. This year, we had 34 amazing projects implemented by outstanding civil society organizations from 20 different countries. And this is growing every year. And these civil society organizations are contributing to the achievement of the sustainable development goals from a bottom-up approach. Currently, our international jury is evaluating these projects based on 3 important criteria: innovation, stakeholders, scope, and impact. I want to invite you to join us at the Pioneers in SDGs award ceremony next week on Wednesday, September 28th on a virtual program. Now, I would like to give our special thanks to the leadership at John Jay College of Criminal Justice for hosting the SDGs Conference 2022 in this beautiful, beautiful campus. John Jay College is an amazing university in New York that provides university students, not only in New York, but from different parts of the world, opportunities to meet with 35 more international guests coming from Australia, Greece, India, South Africa, Turkey. This is an amazing opportunity for students to meet, engage, and share their innovative ideas with renowned diplomats, journalists, academic, human rights experts, civil society leaders who make a positive social change worldwide. Saying so, I want to thank Dr. Carol Mason, the president of John Jay College. I would like to thank the Vice President for Enrollment Management and Student Affairs, Dr. Brian Kerr. And also I would like to thank Dr. Diego Redondo, Director of Public Safety and Management. And also I want to acknowledge his amazing team who supported us with technical assistance and made everything very accessible and easy for our guests and students at John Jay College. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Brian Kerr, the Vice President for Enrollment Management and Student Affairs at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. But before I give the mic, I would like to just, give some background. And he has an amazing academic background. Dr. Brian Kerr is the Vice President for Enrollment Management and Student Affairs at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Dr. Kerr brings over 24 years of progressive administrative and leadership experience in higher education with both academic and student affairs management. Prior to his current position, over the course of the 17 years career at Queensborough Community College, Dr. Kerr has achieved significant accomplishments in his roles as Dean for Student Development. Also during his tenure at SUNY Group, He served as Associate Director for the Educational Opportunity Program. In this position, Dr. Kerr helped to re-envision, rebuild retention efforts, revamp student recruitment outreach, and develop a grant proposal for new marketing initiatives that resulted in increased funding for their student population. His educational credentials, including a doctorate in educational administration from St. John's University, a master's degree in human resource management from State University of New York at Stony Brook, and a bachelor's of arts in sociology from the State University of New York at Albany. Now it's my pleasure and honor to invite Dr. Brian Kerr to deliver his opening remarks. Thank you, sir.
I remember that guy. All those accomplishments. Thank you, Mehmet. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm going to read because giving me the mic is a terrible thing because I never get away from it once I have it. So you know my name. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. So again, I'm Brian Kerr, Vice President for Enrollment Management and Student Affairs at the wonderful John Jay College of Criminal Justice. I'm here to offer a few remarks on behalf of President Carol Mason and the senior administrative team at the college. It's my distinguished pleasure to welcome you to the Sustainable Development Goals Conference of 2022, Transforming Our World. I would like to thank our distinguished guests, panelists, sponsors, and our online viewers for tuning in today. Based on the panel presentation topics, I think you're all in for a real treat. I want to thank the Journalists and Writers Foundation for coordinating this wonderful event, and I'd like to give a special thanks and a shout out to their president, Mehmet Killick, and U.S. Director Kemri Ilker. In April, my friend and colleague, Diego Redondo, and I attended a Ramadan event sponsored by the JWF at an exceptionally good Turkish, I don't remember the name, Turkish restaurant on the Upper East Side. I do remember where it was. I think it was 63rd Street. That evening started with a great conversation with a diverse group of individuals, followed by an educational video and discussion on the significance of breaking the fast and what it meant to be Muslim. I was intrigued by the JWF leadership and immediately thought of my students at the college. Perhaps there could be an opportunity to have Mehmet come to the college and speak with some of our students. Well, fortunately, a few months later, a fortuitous gift. Mehmet reached out to discuss the possibility of hosting a conference at the college. We were honored. At John Jay, we are fierce advocates for justice. There's a justice lens in everything we do. When you look at the SDG 17 goals, you can equate many comparisons to the work we do at John Jay. We strive to make the world a better place by providing our students with a world-class education and the tools to think compassionately, to practice global citizenry, to celebrate diversity and difference, and to stand up for injustice. I want to thank you for being here, and I hope you'll enjoy the conference. I also hope you plan to stay till the end and take part in the reception, where you'll have an opportunity to meet some of our faculty, staff, and our wonderful
served in numerous roles dating back to 1998, primarily with the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, also called OCHA, and more recently with the UN's Million Technology Team and the UN's Department of Peacekeeping Operations, where he led on the implementation of its new digital transformation strategy. Prior to joining the United Nations, Mark was also the co-founder and operations director of an international medical relief organization called Merlin that became a household name in the United Kingdom before merging with the same UK in 2013. A dual Canadian and a British national, Mark has worked in over 30 crisis countries worldwide. He has an advanced management background and enjoys working at interface of digital technology, public health, and social impact. Now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Mark Dalton to deliver his keynote speech.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, it's my honor to be here today with you to present this address on behalf of Miss Atifa Riazi, who couldn't be here due to a family emergency. But I know she was very much looking forward to it, so apologies on her behalf. Thank you for the opportunity to say some opening words on the role of ICTs in sustainable development. I'm grateful to the Journalists and Writers Foundation, especially Mr. Mehmet Kilik, the president, to invite me to be with you today. The conference has an incredible list of speakers and panelists and an incredible agenda, getting us to discuss and deliberate over critical issues such as global peace, crimes in conflict zones, the role of women, migration, and refugees. Big issues that have yet to be addressed and resolved. I remember fondly my last conversation with this great organization and audience in 2015, when the convention took place in Istanbul, discussing equally important topics and issues. We've come a long way with the Sustainable Development Goals and commitments and progress made to those goals by various member states, NGOs, the private sector, and the UN. But we still have a lot of work to do and many critical issues to tackle. I'm a big believer that technology can help enable us to achieve those Sustainable Development Goals. We saw very clearly how the world mobilized after COVID to use technology and partnerships that enable us to leapfrog in the space of offering remote education, healthcare, commerce, and so much more, while modernizing government and creating a new workplace for the future. We realized that if we came together as civil society, public and private sector, we really can address these big social issues, and we can do it quickly, and we can overcome many obstacles. Now, technology does not come without risk and unintended consequences, as we know. Innovating responsibly requires a sophistication of not only technology, but political, social, and economic issues, and understanding long-term impact and causality. As innovators, we have great sophistication in technology, but perhaps less sophistication in understanding long-term impact. And that is why forums and conferences like this are really critical to help us discuss and deliberate around programs and new innovations while thinking through policies, impacts, including unintended impacts, and longer-term consequences. Now, turning to the role of ICT, I don't need to stress that we are in the middle of a digital revolution. It's not hard to miss. It's unprecedented, and it's impacting all aspects of our lives, our society, the global economy. We're seeing the world become connected and interconnected with mobile devices, cloud technologies, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things. We are now able to redesign processes, systems, and services at an unprecedented scale and speed, and at a greatly reduced cost. Digital technologies are enabling us to reimagine entirely new business models. And this is transforming all aspects of our life, how we shop, how we use social media, how we use mobile devices to access special services, essential services, and how we inform ourselves and how we access know-how. And because of this, the technologies are going to play an absolutely defining role in our collective ability to achieve the SDGs. I'd like to provide two examples. As the world becomes increasingly connected, these solutions are going to present us with an opportunity to leap forward. And there are many examples to choose from, but I would like to just mention two here. First, healthcare. The COVID-19 pandemic has threatened decades of progress in advancing global health. It's infected over 600 million people, led to over 6 million deaths, according to the WHO, and continues to disrupt health services for people across the globe, impacting essential care and our collective ability to deliver on these healthcare outcomes. The pandemic is a sobering reminder of how frail and interconnected our lives are across the planet. But at the same time, it has spurred unprecedented vaccine development and delivery. It's accelerated the adoption of new innovation and new digital approaches such as telemedicine, and enabled us to provide effective remote care and access to expert advice. This is really one of the positive effects of the pandemic. Almost overnight, doctors and nurses were consulting with their patients over video conference. Health organizations, including my own, designed and introduced new telehealth services out of necessity. And delivering these is about the transfer of expertise and know-how to improve patient outcomes across entirely new groups. It can help to address the global inequality in access to healthcare, including not just for public health, but for more specialized care, such as cancer prevention and treatment. So there's really clear potential to scale these digital services, diagnostic, advisory, secondary referrals, treatment coordination, to new communities. In the coming years, I expect we will see telehealth services to expand across nations and globally, contributing and also disrupting many of the current health systems we have in place, and potentially even some humanitarian and development aid, or aspects of those. The second example I wanted to just mention relates to education. And as you know, again, the pandemic forced students to learn remotely. While we'd likely all agree that the sudden unplanned move to online education was not ideal for many students, including my own children, it has given us insight into what can be done if well-designed and well-prepared. We have the ability now to deliver formal education, but also less formal education, more insights and learning at a scale and a velocity that again is unprecedented. So imagine you're a teacher or a lecturer at a university here in New York or in your hometown. In the past, you may have taught up to about 400 students in a year. In the future, with remote and recorded sessions, you might be able to reach 400,000 in a year, or possibly more. And by the way, as we're thinking globally, languages are not going to be an obstacle very soon. Thanks to dramatic advances in artificial intelligence, high quality simultaneous translations and interpretation for many of the world's languages are going to be commonplace in the near future. So we can assume that we will transcend these language barriers. Whether that helps us to better understand one another remains to be seen, of course. So telehealth and teleeducation are just two examples that I wanted to flag. It's perhaps no surprise that both healthcare institutions and universities are rapidly innovating in this space, given the opportunity. At least they should be if they want to remain relevant in the future. And the point of really flagging these two examples is that ICT enables delivery of new services and new business models at an exponential scale and at a greatly reduced cost. And that is going to have powerful positive implications for our ability to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But turning to risks, as you know, technology is a double-edged sword. There are many risks: cybercrime, identity theft, rampant mis- and disinformation across social media, challenges to data privacy and data protection. Those of you in the Peace and Conflict panel will be all too aware of the risks of using mobile phones in active conflict zones. They may provide essential communication and access to essential information, but they can also be used for targeting by belligerents. And we have seen this. We've seen how conflicts are played out either on social media and in cyberspace. So, and we have seen how social media posts can directly inform the targeting by belligerents. So while they provide solutions, mobile phones also carry risks relating to trafficking, exploitation for refugees and migrants, if not managed well. So in closing, what is the way forward? How do we navigate this shifting landscape? How do we harness the benefits of digital technologies and limit the downsides? From my perspective, we should keep 3 points in mind today. Firstly, we can expect that the dramatic change, we should expect dramatic change and expect the current models and systems to be disrupted by new ICT capabilities and solutions. In other words, today's reality that we're exploring, we can expect to change. So we need to keep open-minded and we need to keep flexible. Second, we need to be seeking out the opportunities as to where ICT can really help accelerate the SDGs. And in the examples I gave, I deliberately focused on 2 which have an ability to scale at low cost. And I think that's a very important criteria for ICT solutions that could really make an impact on the SDGs. And thirdly, who are the actors that need to collaborate to achieve this? This last point is critical. ICT solutions alone cannot solve the world's problems. They need to be harnessed for the common good. Equally, no single organization can do this alone. So the future really is about collaboration. Who are the actors that need to come together to provide the social objectives, the social compass, if you like, with those who have the expertise to design and deliver the digital solutions at scale, safely and securely. My sense is that we need to bring together new types of partnerships across sectors and industries that may not have historically worked together. And I'm very pleased to hear that actually this recommendation really resonates with what Mehmet opened up with in his presentation when he mentioned that Antonio Guterres was stressing the need for diverse partnerships and richer partnerships. And that is absolutely one of the recommendations that I would like to make here today. I hope I provided some insights, and I wish you all a fruitful discussion today in your panels. And thank you again for having me participate in this conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mark Dalton. I think Memorial Sloan Kettering Center is a pioneer institution in global health and information communication technology. And the recent global health crisis and COVID-19 pandemic showed us that health organizations are very important in sustaining peace, security, and order globally. Thank you so much for this wonderful keynote. Now I would like to introduce our second keynote speaker, Ambassador Charlotta Schleiter. She's the ambassador and head of section for sustainable development at the Permanent Mission of Sweden to the UN. Before I give the floor to her, I would like to just give a brief background. Ambassador Charlotta Schleiter is the ambassador for sustainable development at the Permanent Mission of Sweden to the United Nations in New York since 2020. From 2017 to 2020, she was ambassador of Sweden to Bangladesh. Ambassador Schleiter joined the Swedish Ministry for Foreign Affairs in 1997. Her earlier postings abroad include the embassy in New Delhi, India, the Permanent Mission of Sweden to the United Nations in New York, and the embassy in Bangkok, Thailand. In addition, Ambassador Schleiter has worked for the European Union delegation to the United Nations in New York, for the UNHCR in Ankara, Turkey, and for the ILO in Geneva, Switzerland, and in New Delhi in India. And as Ambassador Charlotta Schleiter holds Master of Laws degrees from Uppsala University in Sweden and from the University of Toronto, Canada. Please welcome Ambassador Charlotta Schleiter to deliver her keynote address.
It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you today. I've been asked to talk about Sustainable Development Goal 17 on partnerships, a little bit about where we are at, and also a little bit about how my own country, Sweden, works with SDG 17, both internationally and in Sweden in the context of our own implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. Now, as everyone knows, the Sustainable Development Goals have to be seen as a whole. There can be no cherry picking of the goals if we want to reach them, since they all relate: fighting poverty, hunger, climate and environment, biodiversity, energy, gender equality, peace, and human rights. None of this can be addressed in isolation. But Goal 17 has a particular role because it starts to respond to the question of how we do all this. The answer is in partnership. And we're talking of many types of partnership. It can be partnership between member states of the UN through development cooperation and transfer of technology. It can be partnerships within member states through all stakeholders such as civil society, the private sector, trade unions, indigenous peoples, young people. And it can be partnerships between all these actors across borders as well. Halfway through to 2030, we should ask ourselves how we're doing when it comes to Agenda 2030 and if we're working in partnerships as we all committed to do. This question is urgent. There is no shortage of challenges, and it's clear that we have been losing ground when it comes to Agenda 2030. In some countries more than in others. We're at the tail end of the worldwide pandemic. We're not out of it, but we're starting to see the end of it, or at least the stage where we will have to find ways of coexisting with the COVID-19 virus. We're in a climate crisis, a planetary crisis, which is showing its face more than before through fire, floods, and drought. We're running out of time, and no country is doing enough at the moment. We're at a point in time where a European country, Ukraine, has been invaded by a much larger country, Russia, and is fighting for its existence. Apart from the horrors of this aggression, it has made worse an already difficult situation when it comes to food insufficiency in several parts of the world. Many countries have had setbacks when it comes to rising costs, inflation, and national debt, and things have started going in the wrong direction when it comes to many of the SDG indicators. We need multilateralism more than ever, which means we need the UN more than ever. And partnerships are key because what we need is a more inclusive UN where voices from young people and from civil society are heard more than they are today. We need to hear the critical voices, the voices that demand more of us and see through our excuses for not doing more. Important decisions to be taken are to be taken not with short-sightedness, but with the perspective of the future generations in mind. And last year, the Secretary General issued the report, Our Common Agenda. Our Common Agenda is in no way a replacement for Agenda 2030. Instead, it's to be seen as an accelerator for Agenda 2030, precisely by focusing on a more exclusive approach. And there has been some progress. Last week, the General Assembly took a decision to establish a youth office of the UN. Negotiations are underway on a declaration for future generations, and preparations have also started for a summit of the future. And it's crucial that such a summit be inclusive of different stakeholders. We must take the opportunity of this summit of the future to make the UN more inclusive. That doesn't mean that member states will talk less to one another. Member states from all over the world will always be at the center of the UN. It's just not enough, and it does not even reflect how we do things back in our respective countries. At the country level, it works best when a myriad of stakeholders work together. No one can make a green transition without the private sector. No one can strengthen gender equality or protect human rights without a strong collaboration with civil society. Indigenous peoples need a voice in the countries where they live, etc. So if partnerships is best at the country level, we must find a way of reflecting it in the work of the UN. Now let me talk a little bit about Sweden's work with Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Sweden presented its voluntary national report in 2021, and it was the second time we reported. The process was partnership driven, and there were stakeholder platforms with and between private sector, civil society, research communities, and municipalities, among others. We also took advantage of the peer review process, working with Colombia and with Finland, comparing notes. And there were also some VNRs for individual cities in Sweden, also working with cities elsewhere. Human rights and gender equality was at the center of the process, and climate and environment also, of course, front and center of this agenda. And some challenges were identified. Comes to income disparities, situation of persons with disabilities, situation of newly arrived immigrants, young persons, and gender equality disparities. And it's all about not leaving anybody behind, and there's certainly lots to do still. One conclusion was that SDGs cannot come from above, but it must be present in all local, regional, and national government processes. So training and information is key. And when it comes to our work internationally, a large focus for us is on development cooperation and humanitarian aid, where Sweden is a major donor. Since 2016, Sweden devotes 1% of our GNI for international development cooperation and humanitarian aid. The Swedish International Development Agency, SIDA, is a key actor in working worldwide with these issues. And SIDA also supports and coordinates some work with Swedish government agencies where they can work on advisory functions. For example, the Swedish taxation authorities support with know-how agencies corresponding in other countries in the south, and same with the statistics agency, the patent agency, etc. Sweden is also a member of the European Union and an active one at that. So that's also a way in which we work. We also have taken a number of initiatives in the arena of the UN. We're great believers in the UN and the collaboration we can have there. And we initiate together with Fiji an Oceans Conference, the first one a few years back. And this year we hosted with Kenya an international UN meeting in Stockholm, the Stockholm Plus 50 conference on the environment. And this conference marked 50 years since the first UN Environment Conference in 1972. And it had a strong youth and civil society participation. And this participation proved to be very important for inclusion. Youth participants, in fact, greatly pushed member states to make stronger pledges than they might have otherwise made. So we need to stick with our common agenda to make it the UN we want and need, a more inclusive one. And I'd like to finish by quoting the Secretary General from the report. He said, "We must now come together to save succeeding generations from war, climate change, pandemics, hunger, poverty, injustice, and a host of risks that we may not yet foresee entirely. This is our common agenda." Thank you.
SDGs Conference 2022, Transforming Our World, September 21, 2022. In the margins of the 77th session of the UN General Assembly, the Journalists and Writers Foundation and its 36 global partners from 24 countries welcome you all to the 7th Annual SDGs Conference 2022, Transforming Our World, on September 21, 2022 in New York. The SDGs Conference, formerly known as UNGA Conference, is JWF's flagship event that creates a platform for multiple stakeholders to discuss the Global Agenda 2030, offer innovative solutions, strategies, and policy recommendations to advance the culture of peace, human rights, and sustainable development. This year's theme is Transforming Our World. To transform our world, distinguished high-level speakers and panelists from 13 different countries will discuss, analyze, and evaluate the progress made in achieving the SDGs, considering the global state of peace and conflict resolution. In the post-COVID-19 era, the world continues to witness wars, conflicts, and widespread human rights violations that threatens the peace and security, hinders sustainable development, and damage our planet. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says, now is the time to re-embrace global solidarity, find ways to work together for the common good, and renew the social contract between governments and their people within societies. In the light of our common agenda, the JWF and its global partners are committed to inclusive, transformative, and achievable development strategy for humanity and the planet, which aims to achieve our joint mission of leaving no one behind. The SDGs Conference 2022 focuses on three major areas. 1, the global state of peace and conflict resolution. 2, gender-based crimes in conflict zones. 3, migration and refugee policies, intergovernmental responses to recent displacements. We believe that providing innovative solutions, developing effective strategies, and offering policy recommendations will advance sustainable peace and development worldwide. The Journalists and Writers Foundation and its global partners remain committed in transforming our world through partnerships for the goals. SDGs Conference 2022, Transform.
Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon to all of our participants. I welcome everyone to the 7th Annual SDGs Conference in the margins of the UN General Assembly 77th session. I am Cemre Ülker, UN representative of the JWF. Since 2014, we have proudly hosted 129 speakers from 24 different countries at the SDGs Conference. Our dignitaries included heads of states, UN special advisors, permanent representatives of UN member states, journalists, fearless human rights defenders, and diverse stakeholders of civil society sector. This year, the SDGs Conference will address the global state of peace and conflict resolution, gender-based crimes in conflict zones, refugees, migration policies, and intergovernmental responses to the recent displacements. Throughout the day, we will be hearing from 21 notable high-level speakers from 15 different countries. I would also like to extend my special gratitude to our global audience today. And thank you for this great interest in the SDGs Conference, as we have received hundreds of registrations from 76 different countries. I believe the diversity of our audience today and the regional representation of the conference speakers will contribute perfectly to one of the utmost important mission of this global event of contributing to the SDG 17 Partnerships for the Goals. Despite the unique challenges that the world leaders are addressing at the headquarters of the United Nations in New York as we convene here, we must also value our global community's achievements towards creating a better world where everyone's fundamental human rights are respected and promoted without any discrimination on the basis of ethnicity, gender, religion, culture, or political opinion. Human rights are all interdependent on each other, and as we progress, our rights, requirements to establish peaceful, diverse societies are redefined. With a historic move, this past July, United Nations declared that everyone on the planet has a right to clean, sustainable, and healthy environment. An important move to support the promises and agreements signed at the Glasgow Climate Change Conference. And another additional move was from General Assembly, as they just recently adopted a resolution to establish the UN Youth Office, New York office, deciding that this body will lead engagement and advocacy for the advancement of youth issues across the United Nations bodies in the areas of peace and security, sustainable development, human rights, and promote meaningful, inclusive, and effective engagement of youth, young professionals, and youth-led organizations. As the Journalist Emeritus Foundation, we are dedicated to support all these developments through our civil society collaborations. The highlights of this global platform, our panelists' remarks will later be disseminated as a conference proceeding document with the UN offices, permanent missions, and our global partners. So before we move on with the panel session 1, let's all watch a brief introduction video.
Focuses on the global state of peace and conflict resolution, with an emphasis on the consequences of armed conflicts, rise in humanitarian crisis, forced migration, and refugee flows and displacements, the emerging risk to global food insecurity, and deepening energy crisis globally. Panel 1 will address the following themes: the role of civil society in establishing sustainable peace and security, wars and conflicts as a threat to sustainable development, the transitional justice as a key component. JWF and its global partners will propose a framework for action for the next 8 years to improve local and national policies and practices based on the assessment of the progress made towards the achievement of the SDGs.
Panel session 1, a global state of peace and conflict resolution, will be moderated by Mondli Makanya, the editor-in-chief of City Press from South Africa. He's one of the South Africa's most respected editors and an influential columnist. Mr. Makanya began his career at the Weekly Mail, where he covered the transition to democracy and reported on business and economic debates. He was one of the founding editors of Sunday World before moving on to the Sunday Times, where he worked as a political editor. Makanya has also served as editor of the Mail and Guardian, editor-in-chief of the Sunday Times, and editor-in-chief of the Times. Mondli, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Greetings, everybody. All those who are here. Am I audible?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So once more, just greetings to all of you, and those who are here in central Manhattan and those who are in our virtual room. Well, welcome to this session and to the proceedings of today, very important proceedings on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly. So this session, in this session, we will have panelists who are in this room and also panelists who will not be in this room and who will not be physically here in New York. And how we will work, I will introduce the first speaker, and then after that, at the end, we will have and then I will introduce the other speakers. And then in the end, what we will be able to do, then we will be able to have a conversation, all of us, and those who are in the room and those who are not in this room. about this very important subject that brings us here. But before we move to that, I just want to briefly talk about the whole concept of conflict and peace, and how resolution happens, and what we aim to do. I think all of us who are in this room and who are elsewhere, and those who care about this world that we're in, what unites us is that we want a better world. The reason you have the SDGs is because there was a long struggle for justice, for peace, and for the improvement of the lives of everybody in the world. And when we think about conflict, often we merely think about conflict as people wielding guns, people wielding machetes, and people basically harming each other. I think what is important that we think about is that think about peace and conflict in a very different way. And I will quote from various people, just like who were giants in the world in the last century, people who symbolize the concept of peace and the concept of justice. And one of them would have been Martin Luther King, a man from this country, who defined peace as not just merely the absence of conflict. He said that it's the presence of justice. And the other person is a person who comes from the country where I come from, South Africa, that's Mandela, who said that peace is, I mean, probably borrowing from Martin Luther King, and said that peace is not, also, I'm paraphrasing him, it's not the absence, or it's not, peace is actually the presence of opportunity for people to flourish, in the creation of an environment for people to flourish. And then the other person who stood for peace, who symbolized peace, was Gandhi, who also said that peace does not just come out of the end of conflicts and by armed people, but actually by the creation of justice by unarmed people. So what's important here is that we need to see peace in a much broader way. And the SDGs actually give us the ability to measure what peace and justice are. And because they actually gave humanity an ability to measure the progress towards real justice, real peace for humans. And as we know, since the SDGs were signed by most nations, were developed and signed by and committed to by most nations, that was a beginning of progress. But progress didn't really move that fast. And we were aiming all for a very transformed world by 2030. But today, we are actually seeing ourselves going backwards. In the update report given earlier this year, a few months ago, the United Nations told us that in the past 2 years, we've actually seen a reversal in the key indices. And what that actually means is that the world is going backwards. And then that is the vast majority of people on Earth are actually missing. And we may blame, which the United Nations did do, they said that one of the things that actually took us backwards was the pandemic and the conflict that's now going on in the Ukraine. And that actually diverted attention, it diverted investment in human development. But there is a chance now in 2022, and as they meet down the road and we meet here, for all of us to recommit to using the next 7 to 8 years to getting progress towards those goals met. And then we talk about the actual conflict that brings about blood and maiming and and displacement. And it is sad to say that today, in 2022, there are 27 armed conflicts going on around the world. And these range from small conflicts to major conflicts. And of those major conflicts, there are 6 very major conflicts that in the past year have taken up to 10,000 lives. And there's 17 wars which have taken also thousands and thousands of lives. And then you have skirmishes happening all over the show. But we have this year, I think the war in the Ukraine has kind of focused all our attention on that particular conflict. And it has taken our attention away from a whole lot of other conflicts that have been going on forever. And some of them which are recent, but nonetheless, conflicts that affect millions and millions and millions of people. Today, there are 100 million people around the world who are displaced, who are living lives that humans should not be living. So, and a lot of that, again, it actually tells us that humanity is going backwards and that we should be focusing as much on those conflicts as we should be on the conflict that is grabbing the headlines around the world. So, and we have also seen, just on the question of displacement, we have seen, sorry.
Okay, thank you. We have seen the growth also of heartlessness, the growth of, as we have been watching in the past few days, what's been happening with the relocation of migrants by some governors, some Republican governors, and it's utter cruelty and cynicism that we as humans are not treated like humans, and that we should see actually as conflict, and the absence of peace and the absence of justice. And so we have seen the reversal of democracy around the world. We have seen people being deprived of human rights. And most countries, most humans at this particular point are either living in semi-democracies, non-democracies, or failed democracies. Most people are living in oppressed circumstances. And that should be something that all of us should be talking about and actually using the partnerships our partnerships to end and to deal with and to achieve justice. So in this session now, we need to ask ourselves, basically, what do we do? How do we use our partnerships to achieve the permanence of justice, to achieve an environment where there is a flourishing of opportunities for all? So to kick us off on this panel, on this esteemed panel that we will be hearing from, is a keynote, it's another keynote, and it is Sacha Jureko, who is the Deputy Permanent Representative of the Slovenian mission to the United Nations. So Jureko is, and he has been with the mission since 2020. And before that, she was advisor to the Director General for Multinational Affairs and Development Cooperation at the Slovenian Foreign Affairs Department. And she's also served as the Political Director for Common Foreign Policy and Security Policy at the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Ms. Greco, I will hand over to you to kick us off on this journey. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would first like to thank the organizers, Journalists and Writers Foundation, for inviting us to address this event as a keynote speaker for the panel on the global state of peace and conflict resolution at this year's SDG conference. I will be speaking on behalf of the permanent representative of Slovenia to the United Nations, since, as you all were aware, this is the busiest week of the year for us diplomats in New York. And this gathering of this year at the 77th session of the UN General Assembly is particularly important since it comes after 2 years of pandemic restrictions on in-person meetings. I am speaking from the point of view of a small and peaceful country. In fact, according to the Global Peace Index, Slovenia is the 7th most peaceful country in the world. And this being the SDG conference, let me also mention that Slovenia ranks 15th on the SDG index, which indicates our progress in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. This goes hand in hand with our strong commitment to multilateralism and international law, which for small states like Slovenia are the key guarantors of peace and security. With this, I would like to highlight the main aspects that altogether enable and strengthen conflict prevention and resolution from the point of view of Slovenia. First, respect for human rights. In order to maintain peace and security, it is necessary that human rights of all, including the most vulnerable groups, are respected, protected, and enforced. Human rights apply to everyone, everywhere. When human rights are grossly violated, this can lead to the emergence of conflicts and can also serve as a possible first indicator of potential atrocities taking place. While protection of civilians is the primary responsibility of every state, some responsibility also lies with the international community that in such cases should not and must not look away. The principle of the responsibility to protect and the system of alerts and early warnings when mass violations of human rights occur or might occur serves as an important tool for conflict prevention. Slovenia has been a strong supporter of the R2P principle since its inception in 2005, especially due to our historical experience with the conflicts and atrocities committed in our neighborhood. We should strive for finding effective avenues for the application of the R2P principle, since its goal is to protect societies from atrocity crimes. When it comes to conflict resolution, prevention of conflicts, and building sustainable peace, inclusivity of the processes is essential. Women and representatives of all affected groups, including minorities and the youth, whose human rights are often violated most severely in situations leading up to and during conflict, absolutely should be included in these processes. Women constitute about half of the global population and are a strong driving force for peace. As the agents of change, their equal, meaningful, and effective participation enables addressing the root causes of conflict and ensuring sustainable peace and accountability for crimes committed. Slovenia therefore integrates the support for and promotion of the women peace and security and youth peace and security agendas in all its activities. The protection of civilians and vulnerable populations is also closely linked to the issue of protection of the environment. We all need a viable environment that allows us to survive and enables us a certain quality of life. Slovenia has therefore been a part of the core group leading the process for universal recognition of the right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right. With the triple planetary crisis of climate change, nature and biodiversity loss, and pollution and waste that are threatening the environment and thereby human future, the resolution on the right to a healthy environment adopted by the General Assembly in July of this year is an important step in countering the trend. Degradation of environment, especially access to water, is one of the threats that can lead to conflicts. Working on this issue now is a preventative step for the peace and security in the future. This element is also very closely connected to the second aspect of conflict prevention I would like to address, sustainable development. Along with the respect for human rights just mentioned, eradication of poverty and sustainable development serve as building blocks for peaceful and resilient societies. The world is currently facing crisis after crisis that is deeply impacting and even erasing progress made on the implementation of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals that was negotiated and adopted by all of the UN member states as a blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet. The COVID pandemic has exposed many vulnerabilities in all states, however, even more severely in developing countries. and slowed or even reversed many of the gains made in the last 10 years towards implementing the SDGs. Furthermore, the challenges of global food insecurity and rising energy prices have been made even worse by the effects of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, clearly demonstrating and exposing the world's interdependence. The consequences of this conflict are felt all over the world, but most severely in developing countries that have been counting on food exports from both Russia and Ukraine to mitigate the rising food insecurity due to other crises, most prominently the effects of climate change. The impacts of climate change and environmental degradation are clearer and more widespread than ever. They act as a risk multiplier. The consequence is an increase in climate-related risks to human security, development, violent conflicts, and peace-building efforts. I will now turn to the third element that is an essential tool to address this crisis, which is multilateralism. In a world that is as diverse as ours, dialogue is one of the most important tools we have to foster understanding, acceptance, and cooperation, and is the only path to effectively addressing challenges that require collective actions. Contemporary challenges dictate the need for a strong, rules-based, and inclusive multilateral system with the United Nations at its core. The UN is the only universal forum where states can have these exchanges and address global challenges from pandemics, climate change, water scarcity, biodiversity loss, and food insecurity to conflicts, armed aggression, and other serious breaches of international law, including the UN Charter. The UN has its successes, but also some challenges. The organization arose from the ashes of the Second World War to prevent further wars. And the fact is that there has not been a worldwide armed conflict during the lifetime of the UN. However, the sheer number of more limited-scale conflicts and crises is rising at an alarming rate. I believe that multilateralism is and will remain indispensable, despite being in need of reform. And this does include the United Nations, where reform processes are ongoing and going forward, including the reform of the UN Security Council. In the meantime, the UN system does continue to deliver on its important tasks, which crucially includes providing urgent humanitarian assistance to populations in need, whether it is due to natural or man-made disasters, including conflict. And if we speak about global conflict resolution, we need to again mention the UN Security Council, the body holding the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Regardless of its challenges, the fact remains that the Security Council is the key pillar of the international peace and security architecture and has no substitute. It provides a standing forum where member states can address pressing issues of peace and security. And it is a forum in which Slovenia was proud to contribute during our membership in 1998 and 1999. And we aspire to take on this important and responsible role again in 2024 and 2025. The last important element that I want to highlight is the respect for international law. International law, with the UN Charter as its foundation, serves as a basis for friendly relations between states and a guarantor of peace and security. States voluntarily bind themselves to international treaties and contribute to the progressive development of international law and are therefore expected to respect their obligations. International law, like any law, also provides mechanisms for dealing with its breaches and consequences thereof, especially in cases of conflicts and violations of the UN Charter. There should be no impunity for the most serious violations of international law that often happen during armed conflicts. Accountability contributes to a broader sense of justice, both within and outside affected societies. It also prevents the recurrence of violations through deterrence of future crimes. The processes of determining accountability through its investigative parts can also help to determine, examine, and address the root causes of conflicts. Accountability is therefore an integral part of prevention and sustainable peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, the current world crisis and conflicts require action on all levels of society. We are hopeful that the processes currently ongoing in the United Nations under our common agenda which is a historic opportunity to bring about reforms in global governance, will contribute to the resolution of current crises and setting up a more networked and inclusive multilateral system that will make sure that the future generations have all the conditions to enable them to flourish. Slovenia is determined to be a constructive part of this process. I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you fruitful discussions at this year's conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the keynote address, Ms. Jureko, and thank you a lot for actually emphasizing the role of multilateralism, which many countries, powerful countries, have been walking away from of late, and also just emphasizing the need for accountability at this time. And of course, I think what we are here to talk about will not be achieved if we actually, the powerful are not held accountable, powerful states are not held accountable, and that those undertakings that everybody has committed themselves to are not actually, if no one is held accountable for what has been promised. So thank you very much for those words. And as we move on this panel, we will go to the land of Tendulkar, and one of the greats of the past century. And we spoke about peacemakers before, but it's a great, just as an important field. And so our next panelist is Ovais Sultan Khan, who's an independent human rights activist in India. And so he's a well-known activist in India. He's a consultant on policy and research, and he has worked with many different organizations, think tanks, policy institutions, and basically is a fountain of wisdom on issues of democratic governance and the rights of religious minorities. So he has been appointed an advisor of the Delhi Minorities Commission, and he has been on the board of Act Now for Harmony and Democracy. And he has also worked with the South Asian Dialogues and Ecological Democracy at the Center for the Study of Developing Societies. And he's currently a trustee of the Future Council, which is a Delhi-based think tank. Yeah, so, and as you can tell, he has a wide footprint in the world of activism, fighting for human rights and Ovais, I'm saying Ovais is correct, right? Impart your wisdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And all the people here in this conference room, a very good morning. Today, it is my honor to be with you. It is the day of International Day dedicated on peace, and I'm sharing some thoughts with you on peace. So, as you know, that I'll share my thoughts on role of civil society and peace and sustainable peace and security. So, as we all know, that civil society plays a crucial role in contributing to peace and security. Depending on the situation in different parts of the world, the civil society functions according to capacities and a stage of enlightenment. This has been happening in the past, it is happening now, it will continue to do so in the future. This is engraved in the nature of any society. Civil society's contribution has many aspects, directions, and dimensions. So much is being done by it, but there is need to positively acknowledge that despite all these efforts, a lot needs to be done. We need to admit that the world has never been as closely networked and connected as it is today. There has never been so much information, perhaps even disinformation, about each other as we have today. It is a fact that no one will deny that amount of talk and effort that is being done for the peace and security in every sense today has not happened before in human history. But this new awakening and enlightenment not help us move fast enough on the path towards peace. These days, there is so much noise about peace everywhere that we fail to listen to the senior voices. More the efforts are being made for peace. Unfortunately, the faster we are falling into deep well of violence, unrest, and injustice. There is deepening conflict and tension in every kind and magnitude of relationship today. Violence, fear, hatred, bigotry, insecurity are increasing rapidly everywhere between individuals, groups, communities, and nation states. And all this is giving rise to many other challenges, out of which some of the major problems are emerging in the form of refugee issue and food shortages. Climate change, rising authoritarianism, political populism, and other issues have also increased the problems manifold. We all are caught in different conflict nets. We humans are in conflict with each other in our personal lives. We are in conflict with nature. Every family and neighborhood is some way or other facing some conflict. We can find conflicts at most of our workplaces and even education institutions. States and nations level conflicts are crossing all existing thresholds. Nobody is untouched. The peace we desire to achieve in this world has gone further far away. We might have to stop for a while to take account, to think, analyze, and understand. I think this is very much needed now. We will know that there are many ways to find solutions to all these complex questions and challenges of peace and security. And in this, the civil society has many important roles to play. Among all these works, one work which has been pending for so long, and it is need for more today, that is search for a vocabulary of sustainable peace. The vocabulary, signs, symbols used in our peace discourses and efforts are mostly borrowed. Yes, borrowed. They are not related to the concept of peace wholeheartedly. So they are not even helpful in establishing sustainable peace in most of the times. Even all of us must have experienced that sometimes the actions and words of peace advocates, diplomats, intellectuals, and activists who oppose the war in a very jingoist fashion. Sometimes it also happens that when activists raise their voice against any injustice and oppression, they talk of the taking revenge instead of justice. There are many such examples which if we start remembering, then a long list will become. Unfortunately, we see peace only in the context of conflict. Our responses, reflections, and reactions to conflicts are mostly considered as efforts for peace, as if peace is a non-entity without the conflict. Peace is not the absence of conflict, it is much deeper and beyond, as indicated and shared by the respected moderator. We have to accept that there can be no place for enmity, division, violence, revenge, and dehumanization in our peace. There have been many attempts, some efforts are still going on, but much remains to be done. Still, the peace does not have a vocabulary of its own. We don't have to do anything new. Rather, we have to find vocabulary, signs, symbols of these human values and concerns buried somewhere in our civilizations, cultures, beliefs, and practices. And they have to be tied together like different pearls in a garland of world peace and security. A vocabulary that is absolutely non-violent. A vocabulary that is free from fear, bigotry, and hatred. A vocabulary that is free from jingoism, divisions, and dehumanization. A vocabulary that is free from racism. A vocabulary that is free from discrimination and exclusion. A vocabulary that is free from patriarchy and misogyny. A vocabulary that is free from humiliation and exploitation and injustice. A vocabulary that is free from the idea of revenge. A vocabulary that teaches us how to rise above greed. A vocabulary of compassion and dignity and solidarity. A vocabulary of respect, acceptance, and mutual understanding. A vocabulary of equality and equity. A vocabulary of harmony and transformation, a vocabulary of diversity and plurality, a vocabulary of inclusion and enabling. Yes, enabling. Such a vocabulary that will effectively bring us on the path of everyone's happiness and universal upliftment. I would end my talk here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I take it is on now. Thank you very much, Vice, for those words and for urging us to not just to develop the vocabulary of peace, but actually being very detailed about what we should do and how we should enhance human values and beliefs and concerns. And actually for reminding us that this is actually, we don't need to invent anything new. That is there, we just need to be able to use those tools. Before we move on to the next panelist, I just want to say that to inform that we are joined by 200 people on YouTube and Zoom. And they are from as far as Bhutan, Liberia, Cameroon, Uganda, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Philippines, Argentina, Belgium, Canada, Malaysia, France, USA, Kenya, and South Africa will be joining soon. Yeah, so that's great to hear, to know that our audience is as diverse and across the globe as could be. And on that note, we will move to our next panelist, who comes from a country that has produced two huge geniuses. Not only two, but lots more, but these two geniuses who roll off of everybody's tongue, and that is the land of Diego Maradona and the land of Lionel Messi. Okay, I'm gonna enjoy saying his name. His name is Diana de la Rua Eugenio. Yeah, from Argentina, who is the president of the Arms of the Peace, who's going to talk to us about negotiation as a key component of conflict resolution. Diana is the nonprofit that she works for. She is also a former Secretary General of the Latin American Peace Research Association and is a full professor of negotiation at the Postgraduate Universidad Nacional 3 de Febrero. and she provides training for international negotiation, building. And yeah, and so she's also the multi-party committee mediator at the Human Studies Ombudsman Office. She's done a lot of things, including co-founding the Commission's First Nation and Peace and Civil Society Advisory Council within the Commissioner's Foreign Affairs Ministry. Yes. So, Engineer, could you please address us? I'm sorry, yeah.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me. This is an incredible possibility to join you, and I'm very honored to be with you here. It's the first time that in my presentation I am linked with Lionel Messi, but well, it sometimes can happen. Football is all over the world, best known than other abilities. First of all, I would like to have some organized presentation, and I'd like to share experiences. My presentation is about negotiation and mediation as key component of conflict resolution, yes? So we have the negotiation that it's very, it's always amazing because people used to connect negotiation only with money issues, trade, business, but we have to focus that negotiation is a word that comes from Latin roots that means lack of leisure. So in negotiation is to do something, and we have to do something valuable. We need to find out how to fulfill our expectations. So that something valuable can be ideas, projects, desires, so many things, not necessarily money issues. So, and in mediation, we have we know that it's a voluntary and peaceful process to resolve conflicts in which a neutral third party without decision-making power, the mediator, collaborates with those involved in a dispute so they can seek and reach an agreement that satisfies them through positive communication. But you know, mediation can be used in the judicial system as well as the other systems as social systems, health, economy, etc., police, etc. But it's not for one only agency, it's not for one only system. Mediation is for the people. The systems and agencies can use them as well, but we still have to stay focused that mediation and the mediators are part of our people. Yes, mediators must be trained, and no matter what professional or not professional background they have, but it's for all of us. It's very important to focus on that. I insist very much on that point. Conflict resolution. Well, why is so important? The peaceful conflict resolution has allowed the survival of the social groups from ancient times, have legitimized claims, approached the parties, and generated and restored the channels of dialogues. The third parties or mediators have acted as advisors on conflict management, and eventually on the conflict itself, showing a better way to solve conflicts. Over time, other more complex and bureaucratic modalities emerge, such as the judicial system. But what is conflict and violence? This is items that must be very, very clear. We have to fully understand the terms so we can work with them and use it for good. Conflict is part of our life. We cannot avoid conflicts. The problem is not the conflict itself, but the violence that can be connected with it. Or as we say in other words, the conflict is not the problem, but the answer of the problem can be violent, and that is the problem. So we have to take into the account and analyze, why does this conflict arise? What are the main aspects of it? What effect does it generate? What is the previous relationship between the disputant? And we really cannot forget the context of the conflict. And we have also to speak about violence, because the violence, we have to be understood and deal with. Johan Galtung speaks about direct violence, cultural violence, and structural violence. I'm not going to talk more about it because you can search it online. Is very well known. He's a father of the peace studies since early 70s. What we have to add to the direct violence, cultural violence, and structural violence is what we're seeing now in these times. What we are analyzing is the environmental violence. Dr. Lester Kurtz have launched an encyclopedia about it lately. And the invisible violence, which is very difficult to be detected. So it is becoming more and more widespread. For example, subtle contempt, passivity that demands our action, emotional blackmail, manipulation, permanent criticism, losing patience immediately, constantly complaining, etc. They're all very situations that we are feeling, let us feel awful, but we cannot recognize them as violence. Dr. Jean-Pierre Bouchot has worked about it and launched a book lately also. And for example, with the passivity that demands our action as invisible violence, we can see that in the bullying system where people is bullied, and in schools, for example, some people do nothing. So that's very, very important that we have to act. We have to understand that it's violence, and we do have to do something about it. And I want to make a difference between violence and aggressiveness, because sometimes it's also mixed up. Aggressiveness, it can be a reaction, a defense of something vital. Living beings have aggressive behaviors. It has a large genetic component. Culture regulates aggressiveness, and the culture of peace allows it to be channeled in non-violent ways. But violence has other structure. Its objective is control and power. It has a social component and is learned. Violence can be visible when you can see that someone dominates and someone is dominated. So nonviolent communication is what we need. I'm rushing in these items. I hope you don't mind. Because we do need something to do with it. Nonviolent communication, for example, Dr. Marshall Rosenberg has worked a lot about it. He says, in the world that we live in, do we listen to each other? Do we express ourselves appropriately? Well, this is the main issue of this. It's just like a red thread. The communication, the violence, and the put it into dialogue, some situations that cannot be afforded in other ways. And even in the very conflicted scenarios, we can use them. It's very important that we can count with it. Well, Dr. Rosenberg focused on 4 axes, that to have a nonviolent communication and not going on with these systems of violence, with invisible violence, etc., we have to train ourselves to observe situations without judging. We have to identify and express our feelings. It's very difficult for us to express our feelings, and mainly the people in many countries, men in many countries, have a really problem expressing feelings. We have to recognize our needs, and we also have to express, to train ourselves to express what we want to achieve. So we have to identify our needs, identify the other people's needs, and identify the feelings surrounding these needs. That it's very important, because with this kind of communication, we can speak, we can communicate with a huge range of items, of topics, from national or international security to human rights, from climate change or to HIV, from economic development to water resource management, etc. With actors, stakeholders, including government, political parties, traditional leaders, ordinary citizens, you know. So I would like to brief about negotiation, mediation, and dialogue. Negotiation emphasizes results, that the parties are willing to make an exchange as long as they establish trust and clarity about who should participate. In mediation, emphasize the results through a transformation of the conflict. And it's very important, this kind of situation. This is a transformation of the conflict. And the approach of seeing it as something joint that favors everyone. And dialogue is the nexus of the previous one, emphasizing the process and offering a way to create that trust, to identify who the actors are to achieve solutions. Let me check, I don't see, is, okay, sorry, I don't know how much time do I still have. But we have also to put into a certain security this negotiation and mediation through agreements. What are we saying about agreements? The agreements, to be real, to be operational, must be realistic, implementable, testable, monitorable, you know? It has to, the agreements have to be very clear about who, what, how, when, and where. For example, who will do this, who will do that. what will they do or not do? Very important sometimes. How will they do it? When will it take place? What are the deadlines, time limits, and where will it be done? You know, it's very important that if we reach an agreement, we can count on it, because that generates trust in the negotiation process and in the mediation process. Without real agreements, it's very difficult to explain people what we are looking for. Now I would like to share a bit about how to build communities, because the communities is the main structure that can be in the society. And you know, many years ago, many years ago, I was teaching mediation and community mediation in Europe, in Austria, in Slovenia, and our students were people from different countries and different situations and contexts. And for example, we have former soldiers in the war of Slovenia. We have foreign people with abducted child soldiers. We have a huge range of participants. And you know, in that moment, we and my colleague, Sarah, we say, what are we doing here? We're trying to explain things that are very, not in the war system, because they are very, they are having tragic situations and tragic backgrounds. And we asked them what they were expecting with our presentations, with our classes. And we were astonished about it. They say that it was very, very important, because if we have known that since the very beginning, some time ago, maybe they should have avoided so many terrible conflictive situations. And you know, it's very important that then this kind of conflict resolutions are meant to be not only for adults and where the conflict is it's settled. We have to train students, people, kids in the schools how to deal with conflicts. It's very, very important, but because it's another skill that we need to face life. Well, I want to go back to my building communities issues. There are some fundamental access in, maybe you like if I share the screen? Well, I don't know how to do it right now, sorry. So I will read it. Building trust, the fundamental access, building trust between neighbors, assertive and non-violent communication, self-esteem and empowerment, value and respect for different opinions, value and respect for the multi-ideology. Another fundamental access for the strong communities is to be able to manage their conflicts peacefully, to be able to address the authorities efficiently, but because, you know, it's like, well, this is very community situation, it's okay, but we have to do with and deal with all the governments, how do we do? I don't know if someone is writing in the chat, but I cannot read right now. I'll read it later. Because this system is allowed, sorry?
May I begin to ask you to wrap up?
Beg your pardon?
I'm saying, asking if we begin to wrap up. To close, please.
Sorry, can I go on?
I was requesting that if you could begin to close and to summarize, because we are nearing the end. We're running out of time.
Okay. So we have to know how to deal with the authorities and how to ask on how to generate projects for community development and to reach consensus, to take the responsibility for the decisions and the consequences that we have about our consequences. I'm sorry, but the sound is not good. I can hear you very badly. It's just, then I don't know why. So if I had to, yes, yeah, you know what is the consensus? Sorry, do I have to cut here?
Unfortunately, we have to come to the end, if we don't mind.
Okay. Okay, well, I can close with closing with this situation. We cannot work in conflict resolution if we are disconnected with ourselves and by using contradiction, as Johan Galton says. And the contradiction is to have different language, use different languages. We have to think, we have to speak, and we have to act in coherence. So to be trustful, reliable, and proactive towards a culture of peace. We need to reset our minds so we can work about this only language that can connect us all over the world, no matter what other languages we have. And this is coherence. So the commitment is with the coherence to be for working and be living for a culture of peace. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going a bit over time, so if I may please a request of the main panelists to be precise and not only to be unfair on you. So at this point, we will move across the ocean to the land of Mani Pacquiao and Enelito Sevilla, Dean Professor at the Asian Center, University of the Philippines. And he was going to talk to us about wars and conflicts as a threat to sustainable development. As I said, he's the Dean at the University of the Philippines, and he also serves as its West Asia Studies Coordinator. And he has specialized in foreign policy, political economy, resource competition, and has been published widely on issues of foreign policy in the Middle East, and he has also represented the Philippines in many international forums and conferences. Please speak to us.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It is a great privilege to join you in this momentous event where scholars, practitioners, cultural leaders, and interfaith advocates from every corner of the globe gathered here at the John Jay College in New York City to share the rich experiences and invaluable insights about the global state of peace and conflict resolution. The topic that I'm going to talk about is multilateral and unilateral approaches to peace, security, and development perspective from Southeast Asia and the case of Philippines and Myanmar. So from a bigger topic, I'm going to narrow it down to two cases. Let me start from this statement that while a fortunate few nations live in relative peace and security and have achieved some level of development, too many others are unfortunately reeling from conflict and instability. Moreover, a great source of challenge is often the immense diversity among and within nations, from domestic laws and traditions to rituals and identities, which often reinforce social tensions and contribute to disharmony. Yet, diversity alone shouldn't be the cause of conflict. If anything, despite diversities and unique historical experiences among nations, it is a human nature to seek cooperation, transcend social divide, create a common space, and build mechanism which will nurture peace and harmony. Unfortunately, human nature may also have the tendency to act on the basis of self-interest and greed. Hence, we all speak about peace, security, and development, yet many leaders, groups, and nations simply act or even speak otherwise. Today, we have witnessed wars and conflict across the globe. We have seen children and women in Yemen, Afghanistan, Syria, Palestine, Myanmar, Ukraine, and large part of the African continent being the first victims of wars and conflicts in the past decades. We have heard countries and nations occupying other nations, fighting and killing each other in the name of national pride, history, and leaders' wrong judgment. And finally, we have seen the proliferation of predatory non-state actors, including terrorist groups trying to sabotage peace and wage war in the name of false ideology and self-serving misinterpretation of great religions. All of this must require a global community to rethink and possibly find cohesive solutions to address these issues. In the interest of time, and given the sheer depth and frequency of local conflicts all around the world, I would like to focus on two related case studies which are close to my heart as a Southeast Asian citizen. And these two cases are the Rohingya Muslims in Rakhine, Myanmar, and the Muslim Mindanao in the southern Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to push or argue and reiterate the UN Sustainable Development Goals, that there is a clear connection between the socio-cultural, historical, economic justice, resource allocation, education, gender equality and participation, as well as environmental protection and sustainable development, hence the UN SDGs. If you go back to my previous statement, I would like to focus on two important cases, and I would like to start from talking about Myanmar or Burma. It is a country located in the border of Laos and Bangladesh. And over the past decade, the Muslim minority group living in the Rakhine region, the Rohingya Muslims, have become stateless following the 1948 independence of that country, and the Burmese government is refusing to give citizenship to these people. The condition further exacerbated in 2014 when the government excluding Rohingya from the national census, which eventually resulted to humanitarian crisis and refugee crisis in 2017. The massive displacement of the Rohingya population due to military atrocities was described by the UN as the textbook case of ethnic cleansing, and that no less than the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres commented that Rohingya people have always been one of, if not the most discriminated people in the globe, without recognition of the right to citizenship by their own country, which is Myanmar. The second case study that I would like to show or to share with you is about Mindanao, the Muslim Mindanao. It is located in the southern part of the Philippine archipelago,
And although Mindanao is rich in natural and human resources, the region has been the site of secessionist insurgencies and struggle for self-determination by Filipino Muslims over the past century. With about 26 million population as of 2020, Mindanao has long had the highest poverty rates in the Philippines. In addition to conflict, displacement of people, and poverty, a shadow criminal economy, clan politics, private army, family feud have all disrupted the economic activity and livelihood of the people. Clashes between the Muslim groups and the government forces resulted into the death of thousands of soldiers and civilians, but also the destruction of facilities and infrastructures needed for social economic activities. The critical security condition in Mindanao in the past years were further exacerbated by the foreign and homegrown terrorist organizations who threatened to create chaos and insecurity. The next part of my paper would actually look at important mechanisms that are at place to address these issues about war and conflict. And from that perspective, I have chosen multilateralism and unilateralism as existing strategies where the global community has employed in many cases of war and conflicts around the world. Now let's talk first about multilateralism. The nature of conflict and war have multi-dimensional features, and with the host government is uncooperative and sympathetic and incapable of safeguarding to its own people and is insufficient in delivering the basic public goods, when the people it governs suffered, died, and displaced, when human and natural resources are exhausted and affected, then triggering a spiral of resource competition. And when the outcome of policy towards the targeted population is causing humanitarian crisis, the role of international organizations such as the United Nations is of paramount importance. Approaching the multifaceted features of the war and conflicts requires a number of concerned state actors, civil society organizations, and multi-specialized professional organizations to form a coalition to provide necessary services to the affected areas and save more lives. Thus, multilateralism is indispensable to addressing conflicts and ensuring a positive and sustainable approach to lasting peace and inclusive development. In the case of the Rohingya in Myanmar, leading members of the international community, namely the United States, the United Kingdom, and even the European Union, have imposed targeted sanctions on those perpetrators. In the same manner that the UN General Assembly resolution on the situation of human rights of Rohingya Muslims and other minorities in Myanmar was adopted on November 17, 2024. The resolution asked the government of Myanmar to address the root causes of the Rohingya crisis, maintain focus on the Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh, as well as to address the current atrocities, torture, arbitrary arrest, and violation of human rights in Myanmar since the takeover of its military in February of 2021. In the case of Mindanao, multilateralism was already at work to facilitate the dialogue and negotiation between the Philippine government and the Moro National Liberation Front since the second half of the 1970s. Facilitated by the Organization of Islamic Conference, the Tripoli Agreement and the succeeding agreements have been concluded. In October of 2004, the International Monitoring Team was created to monitor the implementation of peace between the government and one of the largest rebel groups, the Moro National Islamic Liberation Front. The IMT, as a third-party monitoring team, becomes the reliable partner of the government and the rebel group to ensuring peace initiatives and minimizing violent-related events that took place in that particular area in southern Philippines. Now, fitted against these events and these two cases, is for me to go to the idea of multilateralism. And the idea of multilateralism is actually an approach to strengthen global governance and international cooperation by breaking down complex issues into smaller ones and by providing a platform for diplomacy, confidence building, and cooperation in a more focused and simplistic way. For the interest of time, allow me to briefly examine the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the preeminent multilateral body in the region. The two OIC, or Organization of Islamic Conference member countries, Indonesia and Malaysia, who are also ASEAN founding members, are instrumental in providing good offices and past negotiations between the Philippine government and the Moro National Liberation Front, and between the Philippine government and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. However, from the context of multilateralism under ASEAN, one should understand that even though ASEAN is often held as the most successful regional organization in East Asia, ASEAN member countries are, however, strict in observing the principle of sovereignty and non-intervention. This means that ASEAN countries are careful about intervening in the internal affairs of other ASEAN countries. Although consultation is the driving force behind ASEAN unity and success, it, however, limits member countries to come up with a unified agreement, especially when the given issue involves the interest of another member states. The principle of non-interference and sovereign equality practiced by ASEAN member states is the main reason why, at the height of the Rohingya humanitarian crisis, ASEAN is unable to unite themselves against perpetrators in Myanmar who targeted Rohingya civilian population. To conclude my statement, the cases of Rakhine in Myanmar and Mindanao demonstrate the critical role of the international community in the preservation of peace and in the initiation of activities that will bring all stakeholders to various initiatives to achieve sustainable development in the affected communities. It shows that in cases where government is unable to perform alone, other nations and countries and civil societies can come to help to ensure that the rights are protected and the basic services are delivered to the affected population. It requires a concerted effort to forge strong institutions to addressing issues of peace, equality, and justice. And it demonstrates the critical role of multilateralism as well as multilateralism that advances the ideas of global social cohesiveness, understanding and dialogue, and sustainable development for all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. And now we return to the land of Serena Williams and Barbara Streisand. And our next panelist is Tonya Womack, who's the Executive Director of Refugees Unknown Stories Untold, otherwise known as RUSU, who's an advocate for human rights, and she's an active member, active board member, an author, a leader, and she is she's present in international entities and business, and is a thought leader on many of these subjects. So please.
Yes. Okay. There we go. I'll try to see if I can make mine a little bit more condensed for you. But I want to talk about some different ways that we look at justice. So the pleas for global peace are growing louder as the world has witnessed the most significant number of violent conflicts since 1946. A quarter of the global population lives in conflict-afflicted countries. And there is a record 100 million people who are forcibly displaced worldwide. Now, many of us present here today are well aware of these statistics, and some of you joining us might be might be the first time that you've heard them, but they all have one thing in common, and that is human rights and human rights violations. We know that prevention is the first imperative of justice, and transitional justice can contribute to prevention of violence and abuse, especially if it addresses commonalities like exclusion or associated grievances. So fairly recently, the UN Secretary General's report on our common agenda articulated a new framework for multilateral governance and the implementation of the SDG goals, calling for revitalized, comprehensive, and an overarching prevention agenda. So transitional justice can play a preventative role by facilitating the inclusion of social groups. Social groups that have suffered targeted violations, instructional marginalization, and can promote the reform of long-term solutions for institutions, laws, and ideologies that have previously perpetrated discrimination through discrimination and violence. One of the ways to combat widespread or systemic human rights violations is to respond with transitional justice. And by that, I mean seeking recognition for the victims and promoting the possibilities for peace, reconciliation, and democracy. Transitional justice is not a unique form of justice, but still it is a justice that is adapted to societies that are transforming themselves after a period of pervasive human rights abuse. And in some cases, these transformations happen suddenly, and in others, they can take place over many, many decades. So people frequently ask, what is the difference between transformative, restorative, and transitional justice? Well, it is important to note that transitional justice practitioners point out that transformative justice cannot occur within the system. It has to happen outside the states. So this can differ from restorative justice and those practices which at times can become institutionalized, such as using restorative justice circles within schools or in situations where courts allow for individuals to participate in these specific programs. So this is not to say that restorative justice practices are bad or taking a step in the wrong direction. However, in line with prison abolition movement, transformative justice theory holds that these systems are so flawed that true transformation can only occur directly within communities themselves. Now, in an overview of transformative justice, I thought that peace and conflict scholar Anthony Nocella describes the difference and overview of transformative justice well. And this is what he said. He said, restorative justice stresses that the system is flawed, overworked, and retributive, but does not address why it exists, how it is racist, sexist, classist, whom it benefits, and how it was developed. Transformative justice is about looking for the good within others while being aware of complex systems of domination. If the world is to transform, we need everyone to transform and everyone to be voluntarily involved in the critical dialogue together. So restorative justice actually has roots in the Aboriginal and Native American practices in North America and in New Zealand. It's built on a system of bringing victim and perpetrators of harm together to take accountability, to forgive, and to heal. It's a collaborative and a cooperative process involving goal setting and taking action to repair the damage that one has caused over possibly decades. So restorative justice and transitional justice have become really two distinct things, but they closely overlap. Concepts that have been capitulated to the forefront of legal and criminological discourse over the past two decades as well. So their growth has really been nothing short of prolific. And we look at that in saying that in both theoretical and in practical terms. But the transitional approach, that one actually came to life in 1980 up into the 1990s. And that was mainly in a response to political change in Latin America and Eastern Europe, and to the demands in those regions for justice. So at that time, human rights activists and others wanted to address systematic abuses by former regimes without endangering the current political transformations that had just taken place. So since these changes were popularly called transitions to democracy, people started calling this new multidisciplinary field transitional justice. The Security Council they have an advanced comprehensive approach to sustaining peace that encompasses interventions along this peace conflict continuum. And transitional justice was considered critical to the consolidation of peace and stability, promoting poverty reduction, the rule of law, access to justice and good governance, and further extending legitimate state authority and preventing countries, especially from lapsing or relapsing back into conflict. Let's see here. Let me skip some things for you. Now, the absence of war does not mean that a society is in a state of peace. And I think we all have come to know that. But scholars have actually identified a spectrum of violence that many societies are known to go through. And it doesn't matter if it's urban violence, like in slum areas, or interethnic violence, or war, the broad spectrum is apparent. So when we look at transitional justice, we're talking about the setting of legal precursors, the cultural precursors specific to stability, maintaining stability, and how those can lead to conflict mitigation and resolution. So those who experience grave rights violations, they deal with physical, psychological, and emotional trauma. I've interviewed hundreds of them, I do know. Those in societies that are transitioning have experienced physical abuse, they're traumatized. So what issue does that create that has to be addressed? Well, when human rights are violated, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and many other psychological outcomes are displayed. When creating a justice system that actually works for people, we must help them move through those periods of trauma. I'll give you a quick example as I close. So I was in Libya in 2012 after the revolution, where I was a part of a delegation tasked with training leadership to the Transitional Council members and prominent leaders in civil society. And this was 1 year after the revolution, where some were still elated at the thought of fighting, for a democratic structure, and others were still at a loss after the bitter 8-month battle between NATO and supported rebels and pro-Gaddafi forces. So Libya's death toll far surpassed that of any other nation in the Arab Spring. Before the NATO mission to protect rebels began in mid-March, some reports suggested that Gaddafi's forces had already killed over 1,000 people. But even with Gaddafi out of the picture and the National Transitional Council in charge, reports from Libya suggested that violence against Gaddafi loyalists and other minorities still continued. And we still know it continues now. Though the interim government in Libya put the death toll at around 30,000, there were others that disagreed with that. So before the NATO mission to protect rebels began in that mid-March, and the report suggested that Gaddafi's forces had already killed so many hundreds of thousands of people, the question got asked, what shall we do with the perpetrators of these horrific crimes? And better yet, will it even matter if we do anything? So lawyers, for example, in South Africa, right, they expected kind of Nuremberg trials during that period of time. And in a sense, they felt betrayed that they didn't have that. But what they did get or did have was negotiations. They found out that the liberation movements had negotiated and there would be some form of amnesty for those who had been perpetrated of apartheid crimes. So in looking at transitional justice, I'm going to close for you. New practical challenges have forced the field to innovate as things have shifted dramatically in how we deal in regards to human rights violations, war, etc. All transitional justice approaches are based on a fundamental belief in universal human rights. But in the end, each society should, indeed, and must choose their own path. I'll close there.
Thank you very much, Vanya. We had, as I said at the beginning, hoped to have a conversation at the end of this, but unfortunately, time has run away with us. We've gone quite a bit over, and I think it's testament to the comprehensive homework and preparation that our panel has put into this. But I'm sure there will be means to engage in conversation with them, whether in the later session and informal session. And for those who are not in this room, I'm sure there's the abilities to use technology to engage on this very rich inputs of our panelists. All that's left for me now is just to say thank you to the star-studded panel that we had up here today and virtually, and also just say thank you for all of you who are here in this room and those who joined us virtually from all four corners of this great globe of ours. And we hope that this will really enhance the task that we came here to perform and that we dedicate all our lives and daily lives to fulfilling. Thank you very much. I will hand it over back to you.
Thank you so much to our panelists in round one on the global state of peace and conflict resolution. So now I kindly ask from our global audience to bear with us for a couple minutes as we change the round of panelists. And I kindly invite our moderator for panel session 2, Mr. Michael Bush and Ms. Ranjani Munusamy, to take their places in the panel desk, and we will start the session 2 soon. Thank you.
Panel 2 undertakes a review of gender-based crimes in conflict zones that pose great risks to the timely achievement of the SDGs. Gender-based crimes are often used to humiliate individuals and marginalized groups under the widespread authoritarian regimes and armed conflicts. Unfortunately, women and girls continue to be the main subjects of these grave atrocities and systemic human rights violations. Panel 2 discusses the following themes: violence against women journalists in armed conflicts, violations faced by women human rights defenders under authoritarian regimes, conflict-related sexual violence as a weapon of war, intergovernmental initiatives and NGO best practices to combat gender-based crimes. The JWF and its global partners will propose a framework for action for the next 8 years to improve local and national policies and practices based on the assessment of the progress made towards the achievement of the SDGs.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello again. I will start whenever our moderator is ready with his camera on. And I have the heads up. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you so much to all the remarkable, notable addresses we heard from different speakers in the round one. And now it's time to discuss gender-based crimes in conflict zones. And for this session, our moderator will be Michael Bush, the Director of Public Programs at the Polished Project. Mr. Bush teaches in the graduate program in Human Rights at John Jay College, CUNY. He also serves as senior editor of Warscapes magazine. and Director of Public Programs at the Polis Project. And just to note, I did my master's at John Jay College. I am already a proud alumni here, and I was privileged to take a couple courses from him as well. So just wanted to extend my heartfelt gratitude for your participation today. Thank you so much. And one more note for you, Michael. Our ambassador is not here yet. I have been contacted by the mission. We can start with the keynote 2. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me okay? Fantastic. The technical difficulties. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for attending the second panel in today's proceedings. This panel will address the issue of gender-based crimes in conflict zones. My name is Michael Bush, and I'm going to be moderating this conversation this afternoon. I think I speak on behalf of all of our panelists in thanking the Journalists and Writers Foundation for convening this critical series of conversations today and inviting us to participate. I also want to extend a special thank you to Gemma Luca, who you just heard from her, and who did the lion's share of work in coordinating this panel and provided exceptional and thorough support from the design through the planning and through this moment today. So thank you, Gemma. And I also want to thank all of you for coming and spending an hour and 45 minutes of your time, especially the students of John Jay College here at the University of New York. Thank you for all coming. So by way of introducing this panel, I'm going to keep my remarks very brief and just point out that this group of esteemed experts is going to be addressing the persistent crisis of gender-based crimes in a variety of across circumstances. I would just ask you all, in thinking about what you're going to hear this afternoon, to keep in a couple of things in mind, specifically to treat the notion of conflict as a concept that has a great degree of elasticity. I want to sort of move the conversation, and I think some of our panelists will this afternoon, beyond thinking about conflict strictly in terms of armed conflicts, although those are of critical importance, but thinking about the notion of conflict in a variety of different settings, some that are armed, some that are, in context of social upheaval, and some that remain invisible in the day-to-day lives of people that live around the world. And similarly, thinking about the notion of violence. Violence obviously can be most egregiously understood within the traditional armed conflict, but I also want to make sure that we're keeping in mind other forms of violence, specifically structural violence that characterizes the lives of many people, especially women around the world. We find ourselves in a particularly difficult moment, as you heard in this morning's panel, and that you're obviously well aware of if you're following the news of the United Nations General Assembly meeting this week. But the issue of gender-based human rights violations remains firmly in our sights. Ukraine, which will be top of mind of for many this week. There, it's increasingly apparent that rape has been deployed as a weapon of war, and that women are bearing the brunt of violence on the ground, not to mention the consequent social dislocation that has sort of spiraled out from the conflict there. But this is hardly the only instance of endemic gender-based violence, as, for example, the ongoing conflict in Ethiopia demonstrates, as well as the recent social upheavals in Iran, to cite but two recent examples, and that these examples make clear that this problem remains persistent. The list goes on and on. And of course, I don't think I need to remind this audience that the threat of gender-based violations is ever present here in the United States as well. As we celebrate the 77th UN General Assembly gathering in New York, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that its official opening day last week on Tuesday, September 13th, also marked the 28th anniversary of the Violence Against Women Act in the United States. A celebration that was rather muted and passed in the growing shadow of institutional assaults on women's rights across the country, increasing political polarization, and the constant thrum of violence that characterizes life for many in the United States of America. These realities form a rather dispiriting backdrop to our deliberations this afternoon. But as you'll hear, our panelists are going to be offering clear-eyed assessments of the continued threats faced by women, the intersections between gender and journalism and conflict zones, the tools at our disposal to combat gender-based violence at every level, and the progress that's being made at eliminating all forms of violence against women and girls. So without further ado, it is my honor to introduce our two keynote speakers for this afternoon's session. Our first keynote is going to be delivered by the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Ms. Helen Clark. After serving 3 terms as Prime Minister and New Zealand's head of state, she became the UN Development Program Administrator, where she served 2 terms between 2009 and 2017, and was distinguished as the first woman to ever hold that position. Since then, she's also chaired the UN Development Group and founded the Helen Clark Foundation. Prime Minister Clark will be delivering her remarks via a pre-recorded video message, which I draw your attention to right now.
Greetings to everyone attending today, and thank you to the Journalists and Writers Foundation for inviting me to speak. I'm speaking to you as chair of the board of PMNCH, the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, which is the world's largest network focused on advocacy for the health and well-being of women, children and adolescents. Wherever violent conflict occurs, women and girls are in peril. The numbers of people impacted by such violent conflicts have grown rapidly over the past decade, and the incidence of sexual and gender-based violence has grown with that. The war in Ukraine is the latest of many deadly conflicts, where rape and other sexual and gender-based violence are used as weapons of war. Unfortunately, still, under 1% of humanitarian aid addresses sexual and gender-based violence. Such violence is often underreported, and so the data which is available is unreliable, and attackers tend to go unpunished. Access to healthcare facilities by those who've suffered such attacks may be very difficult. And where facilities do exist, they may lack awareness of how to respond to the suffering of victims. In Mali, for example, a country experiencing significant armed conflict, half of all healthcare centres are said to have no post-rape kits available which could support victims. And that makes recovery from the trauma and impacts of rape more difficult. The scourge of sexual and gender-based violence is widespread even in places not racked by armed conflict. It's estimated that worldwide, 1 in every 3 women between the ages of 15 and 49 has experienced sexual and gender-based violence, a truly shocking statistic. But violent conflict makes women and girls even more vulnerable. In Liberia, in a survey done after the country's civil war had ended, of 1,600 women interviewed, 92% reported having experienced sexual violence, including rape during the war. The outbreak of war and conflict contributes to a breakdown of the social, economic and justice infrastructure, and not least of policing and court systems. The search for basic supplies like food, water and medicine can be extremely dangerous for women and girls. The routine protection for women and girls from being in neighbourhoods they're familiar with people around who know them, is lost where there's displacement and conflict. Women journalists, parliamentarians and human rights defenders are at particular risk, facing even greater danger than other women, as well as facing greater risks than men engaged in the same activities. All such threats are a constraint on women's participation and leadership. And that's an incredible loss. For example, when women participate in the making of a peace agreement, research evidence suggests that it is 35% more likely to last at least 15 years. We need voices of women and girls in these processes. Above all, we need action, globally and nationally, to see that women and girls are not exposed to sexual and gender-based violence, and to ensure that those who are its victims get access to all the services they need to recover from their ordeal. It's vital to work in partnership with those who best understand these issues, and they are first and foremost women who've experienced such attacks. PMNCH has the prevention of sexual and gender-based violence high on its advocacy agenda. Too often, this violence is a hidden or largely ignored consequence of conflict and is not openly addressed in many societies. The challenges of overcoming it need much more visibility and political attention. PMNCH believes there must be a survivor-centered, multi-agency and cross-border approach to tackling sexual and gender-based violence. And we say that forging partnerships for action and having highly visible champions matters a lot. When we come together, we can do great things. And it was so encouraging to see this year's G7 leaders communique condemning sexual and gender-based violence. And while we're on the subject of partnership, PMNCH is so thrilled that President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa has announced that he will lead a global leaders network supported by PMNCH to advocate for women, children, and adolescents. On the issues of sexual and gender-based violence, PMNCH highlights 3 priorities for action now. The first, every country must condemn all sexual and gender-based violence, including violence against women journalists, parliamentarians, and human rights defenders. There have been 2 UN Security Council resolutions which have urged states to condemn and prevent violence and intimidation against women leaders and peace builders and against civil society generally. Second, states must integrate addressing sexual and gender-based violence and comprehensive sexual and reproductive health and rights more broadly into health services and humanitarian responses. And this must be a standard part of humanitarian response plans, rather than depending on the number of reported sexual and gender-based violence cases. The World Health Organization has a very good toolkit on how this can be done in humanitarian settings. And third, states must ensure that healthcare workers have the training and support they need to respond to the health needs, physical and mental, of women, children, and adolescents who have suffered sexual and gender-based violence. This work is often both distressing and grueling. To conclude, so much more priority must be given both to addressing sexual and gender-based violence across the board and to addressing the needs of those who survive it. As we strive for universal health coverage, let us ensure that the services needed to support survivors are regarded as essential services and always available. And let us strive harder to support the world's peace builders and mediators to prevent the outbreak of violent conflicts and thereby support a rollback of the scourge of sexual and gender-based violence which women and girls are experiencing in our troubled world. Thank you.
Our thanks to Prime Minister Clark for those remarks. Just very quickly, I think some things to sort of take note of as we move through the proceeding this afternoon. I mean, Prime Minister Clark, underscored the necessity of doing what we're doing today, keeping these issues on the agenda, continuing to give voice, continue to advocate, not just raise awareness of issues, but actually advocate for solutions to the problems that are our focus this afternoon. And so that's encouraging, and I hope that you all feel part of something truly important in that respect. And I was also thinking, especially as I look around the room and see all young people who are here this afternoon, Prime Minister Clark has given you your marching orders, right? And given you a type of blueprint to follow for those of you that are thinking about pursuing careers or getting involved in the professional humanitarian sector. And so I think that that's a lovely preamble for many of the things that we're going to be dealing with this afternoon. In order to keep the show going, I think we'll move on to our second panelist this afternoon. We're honored to be joined by Khalida Popal, who began breaking down barriers and empowering women in Afghanistan in 2007, when she helped found the Afghan national women's soccer team and serving as the team's captain, and later becoming the first woman ever hired by the Afghanistan Football Federation. Ms. Popal was forced into exile, but continued her advocacy for the rights of women and girls by establishing the Denmark-based Girl Power organization, which encourages women's empowerment through sports, particularly for refugee and migrant girls. Ms. Popal, welcome to the panel, and take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here and give a short presentation about the current situation of the Afghan women in Afghanistan. As the world witnessed in August 2021, the world have witnessed Afghanistan collapse once again on the hands of terrorist group by the name of Taliban. My role as a former captain, but also human rights defender, was to make pledges and ask for support to evacuate our players to save the Afghan women or female footballers who use football as a tool for empowerment, also inclusion of women in Afghanistan. We played less football, stood up and defended human rights more. Their lives were in a great danger. With the support from the sport network, we managed to save many lives of female footballers and their families. After the Taliban took over, Afghan women lost many of their fundamental rights, human rights, despite the reassurance from the Taliban that women's rights would be respected. The limited progress made in previous 2 decades was quickly reversed. Women lost the right to have access to education work. It's 365 or 67 days since the Taliban banned girls from schools. Women are not allowed to work or actively contribute in society. Women cannot even go outside their homes without being accompanied by their brother, husband, or man. Women and girls are forced to marriages. Women cannot live single and not have live in an apartment without being accompanied by man. If they are not forced, if they don't get married, they are forced to marry with a Taliban allies. And it's firsthand stories, and it's like based on experience and people that I know. They are forced to get married. Young girls, and especially schoolgirls, are abused and violated on their way to school. Female police, human rights defenders, and activists were forced to hide in and forced to leave the country. Some of the journalists and human rights defenders are found by Taliban and they are disappeared. No one knows what happened to them. Some of the activists, their dead bodies were found. They were taken by Taliban midnight and from their houses. Taliban started searching houses, going after the human rights defenders, activists, and police. Many women are stuck in Afghanistan because they don't have access to their passport to leave Afghanistan. They're hiding and their lives are in great danger. Women lawyers, judges, journalists, or prosecutors are effectively dismissed their jobs and forced into hiding. People who are in prison because of they were murderers, they violated the human right. Now they are freed by Taliban and they are going after women who they abused and the women who actually made the case in court against them. How the Afghan women are feeling right now is they feel betrayed by the leaders, former leaders of Afghanistan. They feel betrayed by international community who entered Afghanistan, came with the hopes, with the speeches of standing with women's rights as a human right, defending women's rights, standing with the women of Afghanistan and not letting the women of Afghanistan to face what they faced back in first time Taliban took over Afghanistan. All those fluffy speeches gone. What is left and the speeches that took over was that many international communities and governments said, we don't see a national interest in Afghanistan. There was nothing in those speeches about the women and girls of Afghanistan. But women of Afghanistan want now, inside Afghanistan and outside Afghanistan. They are standing for their right. They are fighting. They are standing against Taliban. The only pictures from Afghanistan you can say is the women in the streets standing and demonstrating. And they are seeking for their right, their basic human right to education and going to school and having basic right to practice their human right in the society and contribute in the society. They don't want anybody to fight for them. The women of Afghanistan want the international community to stand with them and support them and help them to strengthen their voices. They feel they're forgotten. They feel that they are vanished from the society. They feel alone. Their voices are alone. What we want from the international community, from governing bodies, to stand with the women of Afghanistan, to help them, support them, to have access to their basic human right. Our footballers who used their platforms, today they are refugees. They're still standing with all the trauma that they have been through. They're all still standing and using our platform to be the voice for our voiceless sisters. We'll do our part and we'll not let the world to forget the women of Afghanistan. What we want everybody is to mention the Afghan women, to not forget, to remember all the 2 decades of development and work we have done. It's all vanished. We don't want the new generation of Afghanistan. We don't want the girls of Afghanistan to be the young child brides in the houses of Taliban. We want the light of hope back in Afghanistan for the women. We are standing, we are strong. We just need support. We need our voices to be heard. We need the governing bodies outside Afghanistan to stand and support us, to put pressure on Taliban to let the women to have access. Thank you so much. I will not take a lot of your time.
For those remarks. I think just by way of brief comment, I think you're starting to see some themes emerge between the various panelists. I was really struck by Khalid's insistence that the world not forget and do what they can to support women and girls who are under threat of being rendered invisible as the Afghan conflict has sort of shuffled to the side in the world's attention. Some other things I think are important for us to keep in mind. Sport is part of the fabric of society and can be a reinforcing mechanism for peace, for human rights, and for the advocacy of those that have a difficult time sometimes advocating for themselves. And so I appreciate that, as well as the role of both diaspora communities, however they are comprised and wherever they may be located, as well as the role of multilateralism and really taking advantage of platforms like the UN General Assembly for the purposes of making sure that items such as the plight of women in Afghanistan do not fall off the international radar. So I think there's a lot of food for thought that continues to emerge in these conversations. But in the interest of time, we will continue to move forward. If you have questions that you'd like to ask, hopefully we'll have some time at the end where we can debate them. I wanted to just let you all know that there's this, again, it's so heartening to see so many people physically present for this session, but online we're also enjoying a tremendous amount of support and engagement. So far we have 745 viewers on YouTube, and a lot of people are beginning to engage in the comment section in the Zoom. And so we will, if time permitting, we'll weave some of those comments perhaps into our conversation. But it's my pleasure to switch gears for the moment and introduce our next panelist for this afternoon, and that is Mr. Carlos Pedro Manglam, who is Judge of Law in Maputo since 2005. He has been a member of the Superior Council of the Judiciary and trainer at the Legal and Judicial Training Center. He is the author of several books, legal articles, and he currently serves as the president of the Mozambican Association of Judges and the International Union of Judges. Judge Manglam, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Carlos Manglam, as you say. I'm a judge in Mozambique. I'd like to share some experience in the problem of gender in a country that is involved in war. As you might know, Mozambique now is facing an insurgency in Cabo Delgado province, which is the province in the northern part of Mozambique, where mega projects for extraction of natural gas are advancing. And because of that, we are suffering attacks by armed groups classified as terrorists. Since 2017, we are facing this Islamist militants have beheaded more than 50 people in Mozambique. Up to 2,000 people have been killed, and about 400 have been left homeless in the conflict in the mainly Muslim province in Mozambique, which is Cabo Delgado. Actually, we don't know who is killing our people, but some studies have shown that there is a group known as Al-Shabaab. These Al-Shabaab have increased their attacks on civilian government forces and military installations, military facilities. And this group claimed that Islam, the way it's practiced in Mozambique, has been corrupted and no longer follows the teachings of Prophet Muhammad. So the movement members have entered at the traditional mosques with weapons in order to threaten others to follow their own radical beliefs. The movement is also anti-Christian and anti-Western, and it has tried to prevent people from attending hospitals or schools, which they consider secular and anti-Islamic. While religion does play a fundamental role in the conflict, analysts believe that the most important factors in this type of insurgency are widespread social, economic, and political problems in Mozambique. Unemployment, and especially youth unemployment, are considered the main causes for locals to join the Islamist rebels. Increasing inequalities have led many young people to be easily attracted by such a radical movement as an antidote to, as they said, to existing corrupt or elitist rule. And the government has seen itself to hire foreign mercenaries in order to give a response to this problem. While people that practice journalists have problems in order to go to the places and relate what is going on. The problem is for women. They struggle a lot in order to get notice because as you can see, if in Mozambique now, the status of violence against women have spread the culture of violence in people's life in general. The people have experienced physical, financial, and mental violence. Armed disputes have increased mental and physical disorder in the country, and physical and mental harms are done to people that led them to violence, in vulnerable to such type of violence. And we see that people are afraid. We can say that people are afraid, although in Mozambique we have what we call an independence press. People are afraid to relate what they found in the field. And when we refer to women, we can say that women face atrocities such as rape. We have a lot. We have a lot of situations that women are raped. We have women that are forced to prostitution in these areas. We have women that are burned with chemicals or poison materials. We have women that are injured or disabled, or some women that are beaten because of the way they treat the news about the terrorism in the northern part of Mozambique. And the main problem is that they find that they have no. We can say that there is a war on women in Mozambique now. There's a woman in Mozambique. And the main concern is not having a special protection on women, but it's important to guarantee the physical integrity and the psychological well-being of journalists in general and women especially, because as we believe here in Mozambique, there is a war on women in the war zones. And we try to find a solution, a real good solution, to put people in order to protect women's human rights. Because the way we are dealing with the government, we see that there's a lack of attention of of Mozambican government in order to protect women. But in other hand, we see that Mozambique has signed a lot of legal instruments. I can give some examples of the instruments that Mozambique has signed that are important to protect women in general. We have now a penal code that was approved in 2019. We do have a covenant of protection of women that Mozambique has signed in 2000 and no, it was in 2000 that Mozambique has signed it, and some other laws to protect women's human rights. But the main problem is about to force the government to implement these laws. I can say that this is the challenge now that we are facing. But we do believe that this type of conference that we do have to address to people from all over the world is the main reason that we can find to get help and to bring people to wake up to the Mozambican situation and can help us in order to surpass this situation. Thank you.
Once again, I think themes are emerging. Some things that stuck out to me from the remarks that we just heard were, thus far a lot of our attention has been focused on the role of states, but the judge brought up the fact that non-state actors are also inextricably linked with the question of gender-based violence, especially in conflict zones. And those non-state actors take a variety of different forms, and so we should keep that in mind. And I was also taken by the resonance of those remarks with regard to Mozambique and what Ms. Paul was talking about earlier, and that is, the resistance to fear and the role that political fear plays in our calculations when we're thinking about how best to advocate for the elimination of gender-based crimes. And then finally, I was pleased, I guess, to hear that we've introduced these other forms of violence, structural violence. You heard about the adverse effects of financial stress and the psychological implications and consequences of these forms of violence. And so once more, we have quite a bit to chew on, and I hope that you're thinking about these things and feeling empowered to ask our panelists questions at the close of their remarks. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next panelist, Ranjani Munasamy, who is communication strategist at South Africa's Government and Public Policy think tank. Previously, Ms. Munasamy served as the political secretary to South Africa's former Minister of Finance, and also worked as associate editor of the Sunday Times in South Africa and the associate editor of the Daily Maverick, South Africa's premier online news site. Munasamy, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael, and good afternoon, everyone, and greetings to all those watching online. Just want to start off by thanking the Journalists and Writers Foundation for the arrangement of this event and facilitating dialogue on these important issues, and for hosting me and my colleagues from South Africa. This is a difficult topic, and the most painful part of it, I think, is that journalists who receive the most support and societal understanding for the conditions under which we operate are sadly those who are already dead. So deaths make news and provoke action, but occupational hazards do not. And we saw this in the case of Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. And there are many, many examples around the world. Attacks against women in the media take many forms, all of which are meant to dehumanize, to escalate fear, and to erode our ability to tell the story of our time. Attacks on media freedoms and journalists are a global phenomenon and are obviously not limited to women only. But women face a distinct set of risks to silence and to stigmatize and to intimidate. In patriarchal societies, particularly those with discriminatory cultures and authoritarian regimes, there are heightened risks of sexual harassment and sexual violence. We have seen and now heard from the earlier panelists on the erosion of freedoms of women in Afghanistan. And it's incredible to believe that just about 18 months ago, women were functional members of that society. But all of our colleagues in the media, they in Afghanistan, well, women colleagues, now have to hide themselves. And while women are particularly susceptible in territories at war and, for example, during migration, the truth of the matter is that attacks on the media and particularly on women journalists have been normalized in other parts of or regularized in other parts of the globe, including those who are built on liberal values and constitutional freedoms. And we saw how the former United States President Donald Trump got away with objectifying and demeaning women, including from in the presidential press corps, and always from the presidential platform. And because Trump is and continues to be a showman, in a way, he helps us to talk freely about what happened. But in truth, politicians have been getting away with harassing, objectifying, and attacking women long before the Trump phenomenon, and before Trump became a role model for how to eschew the function and power of the media. In South Africa, I reported on political violence during our democratic transition, and tolerating sexual harassment unfortunately became a means of survival. So in other words, you had to put up or shut up. And racial and sexual objectification was commonplace in our society then, as we transitioned from the apartheid regime, particularly in areas where the warlords were a law unto themselves. And the story of South Africa's democratic transition was one that was celebrated across the globe. And our founding father, Nelson Mandela, remains an icon across the world. Unfortunately, those who came after him do not carry his values and respect for other human beings, particularly women. The political battles and machinations in South Africa have always been high stakes because of the nature of our society and because of the state of our transition. But I have to admit that confronting misogyny and sexual harassment and abuse was not something that we prioritized a few years ago, and have since not been able to confront and adequately expose. It's very sad, but my country is now contending with what we now refer to as a second pandemic of gender-based violence. And South Africa is not a safe space for women with horrific levels of abuse and rape. And it's come to an extent where it no longer shocks our society. And in terms of media coverage, that these incidents, there are some that are so gory and horrific that they do make the front pages, but others just don't because they are so commonplace. And the remedies are not easy, and we're still grappling what to do as a society that has turned on its women. So the question is, for how long more should we put up or shut up? And I see the difficulties that women journalists face now in the field with constantly being threatened, being groped during protests, and also have to put up with threats of sexual violence. Just overnight, we heard of a colleague of ours, a young woman journalist in the Eastern Cape province in South Africa, who had to go into hiding as a result of threats by what is operating as a pseudo militia group targeting foreign nationals as part of a xenophobic campaign spreading across South Africa. So she's under attack for not going along with the xenophobic narrative. And I think it is important for us to make known that conflict zones do not only refer to countries and territories at war across the world. We heard in the earlier panel that almost a quarter of the globe is engaged in conflict. But the reality is that we are all in the battlefield, as the biggest war zone in the world right now is on the internet through social media platforms. And hundreds of millions of dollars are spent every year on disinformation campaigns and fake news campaigns. And this is happening while traditional media platforms are in financial distress and losing audiences. So I and several women colleagues in South Africa were subject to a heavily or hugely resourced social media disinformation campaign as part of a political power struggle. And our images were photoshopped in sexually compromising positions, and these were spread widely on Twitter. So South African society eventually pushed back on this and broke the back of the orchestrators, but the danger lingers. The images are still out there, and we see them now and then on our timelines. And the problem is that legal remedies are often not sufficient remedies for those who perpetrate such acts because they do so under the cover of anonymity. The South African National Editors Forum attempted to interdict an opposition party in my country from inciting violence and harassment against us. And the argument in court was that journalists should be made of sterner stuff and roll with the punches. And the political organization also argued that they could not be held responsible for what their supporters post online, including threats of rape. And the leader of the party, when he called at a political rally for our heads to be chopped off, he said he didn't mean that literally. So sitting here, I don't know if his supporters understand the distinction. The result is that so many of us have to adopt the attitude of having to put up or shut up, meant that across the globe, many are opting to shut up or ship out altogether from the profession. And this is dangerous for the media fraternity and society as a whole. Reporting of and the consequences of gender-based attacks need to become commonplace. There needs to be a global appreciation and action against physical attacks and disinformation campaigns. And there needs to be support mechanisms to help cope, ensure safety and mental health. I'd therefore like to end by saluting again the Journalists and Writers Foundation for creating these spaces so that we don't shut up or put up with this and that there are other options. Thank you.
Excuse me, thank you. I really appreciate that you brought a number of layers of challenge together and sort of weave them in a pretty sophisticated analysis. I think, you know, one of the things that we just heard is it was given voice, right? Misogyny is the mechanism that conditions a lot of the political, social, and economic phenomena that we experience around the world. But that's also layered and made more complex and troubling by things like, you know, traditions of colonialism and the political transitions that have, you know, sort of subsequently unwound themselves, you know, past that period of time of sort of imperial direct rule. And I was really struck by this idea of, sounds to me like multiple battlefronts, right? That specifically that women journalists face. One is just the constant threat of violence in the physical world, and then there's the second front that exists in the ether, online, where people are subject to harassment, to psychological violence, and perhaps, you know, in the sort of the worst case scenario, perhaps actual acts of, inciting physical violence against women journalists. And I think these are things that are worth unpacking further, hopefully during the Q&A, if we have time for it, and sort of continue to try to flesh some of these ideas out, because they seem, at least to me, to be critically important. But with a view to trying to keep time, we will move to our next panelist. And once again, it's my pleasure to introduce Jelena Pia Comea, my colleague here at John Jay, who is a consultant with the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes. She is an adjunct lecturer here at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, and she teaches at Hofstra University. And she is additionally a faculty member of the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. Ms. Pia Comea was appointed Deputy Permanent Representative of Andorra to the United Nations in 2002 and served as the Chargé d'Affaires to Canada and the United States. Ms. Pia Comea, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michael, and it's so good to see fellow John Jay colleagues and others. Let me first of all thank Mehmet Kilik and Cemre Olker from Journalists and Writers Foundations, our hosts, for the invitation, and as Hanjani was saying, for giving us a voice. I would like to focus more on the normative framework that combats conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence constituting mass atrocity crimes. So first of all, also as Jenny was alluding, sexual and gender-based violence against women is rooted in systematic and systemic discrimination of women's rights. In armed conflict settings, this systematic and systemic discrimination is being weaponized. Sexual and gender-based violence has and continues to be used as a tactic of war. Conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence has been widely present in times of armed conflict, yet due to the patriarchal norms and the unequipped international and national criminal law systems, these acts of violence have been underreported and under-prosecuted. However, the scope of the scourge of sexual and gender-based violence during the genocides of Rwanda, the former Yugoslavia, as well as during the armed conflicts in the 1990s in Africa, prompted the international community to not look as sexual and gender-based violence as a collateral of war, but they needed to be addressed as such, as crimes, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and to a certain extent, genocide. This prompted the Security Council to create in 1993 the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, and in 1994, the creation of the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. Both courts addressed sexual and gender-based crimes and set a new case law and best practices for national laws, national courts, as well as the International Criminal Court. The statute of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia included rape as a crime against humanity under Article 5G. The statute of the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda stipulated that rape constituted both a war crime and a crime against humanity, Articles 3G and 4E. Both tribunals, I have to say, have delivered a wealth of jurisprudence with regards to sexual and gender-based violence, constituting war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. While the two ad hoc tribunals have indeed set a new path for gender justice, we have to remember that they were limited in time and in geographical scope. So it was not until 1998, with the adoption of the Rome Statute, that international criminal law, international law, was fully equipped to address permanently conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence. The Rome Statute stipulates and defines sexual and gender-based violence as a crime against humanity beyond the act of rape. Article 7.1g. War crimes, Article 8.2b, Roman 22, and Article 8.2e, Roman 6, and to a certain extent, under Article 60, an act of genocide. Following acts of sexual and gender-based violence are recognized as war crimes and crimes against humanity, and they are stipulated as elements of crimes in the Rome Statute as the following: rape, sexual slavery, and forced prostitution, forced pregnancy, and forced sterilization, or any other form of sexual violence, also constituting a grave breach of the Geneva Conventions. What is important here is that this new gold standard has to be implemented at the national law. And by doing so, bringing the institutions and legislations at the national level to investigate and prosecute sexual and gender-based violence related to conflict as mass atrocity crimes. And this, in a way, strengthens women's human rights in general. Furthermore, under Article 68 and Article 79, the Rome Statute sets groundbreaking provisions related to victims protection, participation, and reparations. These efforts have been supported also at the United Nations Security Council by the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, especially with the adoption in 2008 of Resolution 1820, which sets a new path, a new nexus between peace and gender justice by recognizing that conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence can constitute war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. It also places, the resolution also places the Rome Statute as being the landmark treaty to combat conflict-related sexual and gender-based crimes. So that's in terms of the normative framework. Of course, we could have developed a little bit more, but because of the time, I'll stop here. And I would like to give you an update on the track record, where the court is, the International Criminal Court, where it is in prosecuting conflict-related sexual and gender-based crimes. So just a couple of examples. For the situation in Uganda, on 4 February last year, Mr. Dominic Owen was found guilty of 61 crimes comprising crimes against humanity, including rape, sexual slavery, and rape as constituting war crimes committed in northern Uganda between the 1st of July 2002 and the 31st of December 2005. For the situation of Mali, Al-Hassan charges include alleged crimes of rape, sexual slavery as war crime, and crimes against humanity and forced marriage as a crime against humanity committed in Timbuktu in Mali between April 2012 and January 2013. Now, because we had one speaker, a very eloquent speaker from Afghanistan, and also Ukraine is in the news, I wanted to give a little bit of an update where we are on these two situations at the International Criminal Court. So as you know, Ukraine is not a state party. However, in conformity with Article 12, paragraphs 3 of the Rome Statute, issued 2 declarations accepting the jurisdiction of the court. The court now has jurisdiction on an ongoing basis. Most recently, on March this year, the prosecutor of the ICC announced that he would open an investigation in the situation of Ukraine. The Office of the Prosecutor has established a dedicated portal through which any person that may hold information relevant to this situation can contact ICC investigators. The United Kingdom and other countries, former Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, who's now the Prime Minister, said that the British team of investigators dispatched in Ukraine were looking specifically into rape and other cases of sexual and gender-based crimes. In Afghanistan, while Afghanistan is a state party since 2003, so hence the jurisdiction of the court may be activated from 2003 on, the state of affairs is as follows: that in 2020, the appeals chamber of the ICC unanimously authorized the prosecutor to open an investigation. However, as you know, because of the change of regime that unfolded the summer 2021, the court now has asked the Secretary General, that was last year, and the Assembly of State Parties, which is the governing body of the Rome Statute, who was representing Afghanistan. And this is very important because, as you know, the ICC is a court of last resort, and as per the complementarity principle, the investigations and prosecutions need to be carried out, of course, at the national level. So that's where we are in terms of Ukraine and Afghanistan. I know there was an interest from the audience to know where the investigations were going. In Ukraine, it is ongoing. For the case of Afghanistan, there's still this issue to be resolved of who's representing the authorities of Afghanistan to cooperate in the investigation of the ICC. So as a conclusion, as you could see, the Rome Statute and the Rome Statute system, but the Rome Statute as a norm, as a treaty, is a feminist landmark treaty recognizing that sexual and gender-based crimes tied to conflict are not a collateral of war, but they are war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. So I'll stop here with an appeal, if I may, for this landmark treaty and system to be fully functional. It needs to be universal. So we appeal for those who haven't ratified or fully implemented their own statute to do so. If I may, Michael, I had to make a little bit of an advocacy call here. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
So much. So some really valuable insights there as well. This is a theme of all of our panelists this afternoon. I think it's really interesting to consider, bringing in yet another sort of tool or mode of analysis, and that is the consideration of international, institutions of justice, both their power and promise, but also their limitations. And I was really struck by Joanna's argument that the Rome Statute is, in fact, a feminist legal instrument, which I think is compelling. And I'm really interested to think about that sort of at the intersection of patriarchy and sort of the ways in which those two things kind of come into conflicts, both at the local, national, and obviously international levels. I think there's a lot of rich possibility in interrogating that intersection if we have time later on. But we're doing well with regard to time, and we are going to begin to bring the panelist session to a close with a second keynote speech this afternoon, where we're honored to be joined by Ambassador Sofia Testamarian-Yohannes from the Permanent Mission of Eritrea to the United Nations. Like all of our panelists, Ambassador Testamarian boasts an impressive resume of previous experience in addition to her current position as the permanent representative of Eritrea to the United Nations. She was formerly the executive director of the U.S. Foundation for the Horn of Africa, located in Washington, D.C., and, among other things, was the co-editor of Diaspora, a magazine tailored to African diaspora communities with a focus on women and development. So if you would do us the honor, Ambassador, of bringing this panel home before we open it up for questions and answers. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I want to thank the Journalists and Writers Foundation for including me in the discussions today, and I have to apologize. You have to understand also with the high level week, we're in and out of the office running for bilateral. So I've missed most of the substantial discussions here, and I wanted to be here, and I hope you do it again so that we can really participate in the manner that we should, and really learn and find out and share information from all sides. So I want to thank everybody for allowing me to add my voice to this issue. And you know, as a Horn of Africa resident, and with conflicts in the Horn region for 30 years on for independence of Eritrea, and then after that with wars in the region, border conflicts. We've seen a lot of conflicts, and we've seen as a result of conflicts that some of the things that happen to our communities is this gender-based violence, whether it's from fear, whether it's from terror, whether it's from religious groups against each other, whether it's ethnic groups against each other. It's a very entangled and very vicious cycle of pain for the women in our neighborhood. And it doesn't help that we have patriarchal societies who tell women, be quiet, don't complain, don't tell. It's not good to talk about it. Don't tell anybody, you know, maybe few family members, and that's it. So the pain is not going. The pain and the trauma persists throughout the young girl, women's life, and we don't have the institutions that some of us here in the West can use to heal the wounds that these women feel, the stigmatization, the ostracization, the medical problems, the psychological problems. It's compounded by other issues in the culture and in the society that prevent these women from reaching out and getting the help that they need. And during conflict, we realized it's not about just power anymore. It's about disabling the women and marginalizing them even more. And we're already marginalized because we're in societies where the men are taking the lead on taking care of families and societies. And when women are trying, and when there's conflict, we're not the ones that created the conflict, but we become the most victimized by conflicts in our regions. You know, for the better half of the last 30 years, I think one of the things that we've noticed also is not just domestically, but in the international arena, we've been unable to really define and put a handle on how to resolve these issues of gender violence. It's becoming increasingly politicized, and even in the media, it's misrepresented. We're looking more to blame and find blame on who did this and who did that, as opposed to really taking care of the victims of these violent episodes. And I think we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of learning to do. We have a lot of ways of trying to find out what is the best avenue. Where can we go? Where can the women go? Where can these young girls go to get the kind of help that they need without feeling the pressure from both society and also from the international actors who may mean well, but they misunderstand the culture, they misunderstand where these girls are coming from and what are the things that are affecting them in their daily lives. Poverty is one of them. They're poor, they're marginalized, and they sometimes cannot seek the kind of help that others can get in other areas. You know, I'm listening here every day on situations of women in Afghanistan, on Ukraine, and I say, what a difference. What a difference, you know, when you talk about Afghanistan and the support and the goodwill and the international goodwill that's there to support the women of Afghanistan, it's not there for women in the Horn region. It doesn't exist. And when I see Ukraine and the overwhelming support that women can have, because they're the same women facing the same issues on issues of violence, but the response from the international community is different when it comes to Africa. On Africa, it looks more into finding blame, and the victims are not there. They're not part of the solution that we want to seek and we want to have responses to. But again, like I said, I need to apologize for being late and not really taking in all the other discussions that came in, but I would like for us to be able to focus on issues and not generalize, but find issues that can answer some of the questions that we need to find solutions for. And right now the conflict is still raging in the Horn of Africa, and I expect and I understand, and we'll see at the end of the conflict, when the guns die down, that there will be many traumatized societies within societies and within cultures and within regions that will need our help and will need our understanding and healing also. So, Michael, I think I'll stop there and see if there'll be other opportunities for us to really delve into these issues in more substantive ways and really bring examples of some areas. And like, I started during the war in 2000 in the border areas between Eritrea and Ethiopia, but nothing happened. You know, the study was done. They went into the villages, they interviewed the women, they interviewed the victims, and it was very difficult for these women to even come and talk about it, especially talk about it to outsiders. And they did that. They were encouraged to speak about it. They were encouraged to come forward and explain what happened to them. But the studies were done, but nothing happened after that. No punitive actions were taken against anybody. Nobody even tried to follow through or find out. So sometimes politicization of these issues makes these victims invisible, and we need to find ways, in all earnesty, to come and say, we will do this and we will try to help you beyond the physical, because the trauma and the psychological trauma that accompanies it lingers many years later. Here we are 30 years later, and the women in the border areas that suffered during the war, no solution, no resolution, and just swept under the rug. So, but I thank you, and I hope we will have a more closer discussion. I'm not a fan of Zoom. I like the personal ones. We've been tied up in Zoom meetings for so long that I'm happy to have more personal engagements and see what we can do with this subject. But it's a very important issue, very important subject, and something that we need to talk about more, not less. So I thank you for including me for today, and best wishes.
Ambassador, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So again, just by way of closing the portion of the panel of the presentations, some of the things that jump immediately to mind from the ambassador's remarks just now were, the persistent problem of double standards of justice, double standards of media attention, thinking about sort of adopting almost like a comparative analysis between similar crises. We just have heard a number of them, the way in which they are differently treated conceptually within the media, and sort of beginning to interrogate the reasons for those differences, I think is going to be critically important. And then one other thing, just before we move into questions and answers, that really stuck out is this notion of the long-term consequences that are often, at least on the surface, invisible, but do a lot to structure the ways in which people experience their lives, for better or for worse, the ways in which violence in all forms can have an impact on that. So once again, some really valuable insights from all of our panelists. So before we move into Q&A, and I'd love for folks in the room to speak their minds and ask questions. So if you're thinking about one, be brave. But in the meantime, if we could just quickly have a round of applause for all of our panelists who gave their time today. So we've got about 15 minutes or so, I think, of time where we can play with the ideas that are on your mind. So again, if anybody in the room would like to begin, I'd love to encourage any students here at John Jay to also be proactive and come up. We'd love to field your questions. So it's like the wall of silence on Zoom. You know, nobody speaks. Okay, well I can get things done because I've got plenty of questions, and I think that again the conversations have been so rich. And I've got two just to begin with very quickly, and then we can move to some others as well. First, I'm curious about moving to this question of the battle that is engaged online, specifically the ways in which women journalists, both ply their craft and also attempt to keep themselves secure in an online space. And I'm wondering if you could help us understand the ways in which journalists interact with these online tools and what's actually being done in order to keep women journalists safe from online harassment and all of the sort of the ugly things that can result from online harassment. And that's the first one. Hold on just a second. And then for Jelena, we've got a question from the audience, online that I wanted to pose to you that you can roll around in your brain for just a moment. And that is, can you talk a little bit about the prospects as you understand them for the United Nations assisting Ukraine by bringing Russia to justice in one of the international courts of justice that exist for their participation and sponsorship of gender-based crimes in the invasion and continuing the war in Ukraine. But Jenny, you want to begin?
Thank you. That's a really difficult question with no straight answer, because I think different people contend with online harassment in different ways. So I was being stalked on Facebook and I immediately shut down the account because I didn't know where it was going to go, and I didn't know what protections were available to me if the stalking was exacerbated. So I just shut that down. And I know I know of a case in South Africa where somebody was being harassed and she changed her name. She was being stalked and harassed on Facebook, and she changed her name because it got so bad, and the photoshopped images and things were so bad. So that's an extreme response to it, but that's what she felt was the best thing to do. With regards to Twitter, there's various remedies, one of which is to lock your account, so and control who can see your posts and whose posts you can see. But that's not an ideal situation. I mean, with the democratization of these spaces, as a journalist, you don't want to be locked in an online room and having to choose or to create your own echo chamber, and that defeats the purpose of actually being a journalist. The other option then is to vigorously report. When there is abuse, but even with that, there is a process. So I've had my Twitter account cloned and fake news being tweeted from it. But it took a while for the reporting and for Twitter to respond and to shut down that other account. And in the meantime, people get the impression, And then with regard to the disinformation campaigns, so we had a series of posts, unfortunately by another journalist in South Africa, where he went on a rampage attacking journalists and editors one at a time. So like every night he would do one or a group of posts on several prominent journalists and identify what he thought was problematic with them, and who was paying them, who they aligned to. So the post on me was that I serve a certain agenda with my body and soul. So if you look at the stream of responses to that post was, what does body mean? So, when people sort of mocking that in different ways, is she a prostitute? How does she seduce people? And the conversation goes on. So I didn't know what the remedy was. So I think everybody that was part of that campaign or was the target of that campaign just left it because there's nothing to do. I mean, how do you engage intelligently on something like that? I think the various social media platforms are under pressure to be able to come up with responses as to how to deal with harassment, but none of it has been able to stop it. So all it can do is make it subside for a certain time. But because of the nature of these platforms, what you do is you just get more and more troll accounts being set up. So yeah, as I say, there's no simple answers. All you can do is, when you see that the pace or the intensity of the campaigns are picking up, is to disengage, stay away from it, and then come back in when it's safe. Yeah. That's true.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm sort of curious too to just for further sort of thought on this question is like, how do we what can be done institutionally or from a policy point of view, and how do we balance kind of the demands of free expression and democracy with personal security and the person's right to do their job correctly and safely. So that's something. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much for the panel for this wonderful presentation. Particularly, I was very moved by Halida's presentation about the outcry of Afghan women. It was really, for most of us, disappointing to see that the Taliban took over in Afghanistan, and unfortunately, women are facing like a lot of threats and challenges over there. And one of my questions is, like, what are some of the mechanisms or things that we can do as students, young advocates, or civil society organizations to give them a voice? That's one of my questions. And the second question is, we're talking about gender-based, crimes in conflict zones, but sometimes the conflict zones are not war zones. Those are, places of authoritarian regimes. Unfortunately, in Turkey, after 2016, hundreds of thousands of women have been persecuted. They have been, put in prison without fair trial. And I'm really so sad to see women, pregnant women, they are just like 1 month, 3 months, or women with children like aged under 6, they are in prison, which is against, the constitution, the Turkish constitution, which is against the international human rights law. So we have to give a voice to those women as well, not only in conflict zones, thinking about wars, but in authoritarian regimes. So what are some of the things that as the young people, students, and civil society we can do to give them a voice? Thank you.
I think all of our panelists can probably speak to that question in some degree, but we'll start with Ms. Papal, and then Joanna, if we can get your voice in here, that would be terrific. And then perhaps if we have time, the ambassador could follow up by sort of thinking about that question in light of the remarks around the specifics of the Horn of Africa. Think about that.
Michael, I believe we are disconnected from Ms. Papal.
So, via command, do you want to take a stab at this?
Yes, thank you, Michael. So, regarding the ICJ and the ICC, right? And I will just take a very, very brief moment. So the International Criminal Court's jurisdiction is triggered by 3 mechanisms, right? You have the prosecutor that by proprio motu has enough documentation and evidence to open an investigation and cases. Then you can have also the situation be referred by the Security Council, and then what we call sometimes self-referral, which is the case of to a certain extent to Ukraine, that you have a state party, in the case of Ukraine, not being a state party, but accepting the jurisdiction of the court, right? That's what triggers the jurisdiction of the ICC. Now, for the International Court of Justice, and the good point with the ICC is that it brings accountability at the individual level. The question on how could Russia as a country be brought up in front of the International Court of Justice, that's a dispute between state against state. So but you can have one state suing another one in front of the ICJ. And that has been the case recently, a couple of years ago, of the Gambia suing Myanmar at the ICJ because Myanmar was violating its responsibilities towards the Genocide Convention with the genocide against the Rohingya. Now, if Russia, which is a state party, were to be sued by another state party of any convention, and here would be the Genocide Convention, could be brought up at the International Court of Justice. But there has to be the crime of genocide being committed, if I were to do the analogy with Gambia and Myanmar. So that's for Ukraine. I appreciated very much the comment of Ambassador Devma Marian, because I agree, women in conflict, but not only in conflict, but the affected communities are not at the table from the normative setting and even at the policy setting. So I think that it's very good to see a female leader sitting who has had roles also at the Security Council, but we need more women at the table and in leadership positions. That's a no-brainer if we want to really change the culture. Now, what could young students do and civil society is to raise awareness and education, especially on these international human rights and international criminal law instruments and mechanisms, so that the affected communities are well informed of how they and which processes are there can amplify their voices. So that's why I was very happy, Michael, if I may say, that John Jay was part of this conference, because we need to educate more on not only the normative part of it, but also how it affects communities, how the decision making of the United Nations affects the communities, especially by not being at the table. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Ambassador, would you like to piggyback on those comments and discuss
before they brought me here, and as the first female ambassador for Eritrea, I was actually working with youth. That's where my passion is. They need to send me back there. You know, it's educating the youth, making them understand global issues in context, and not be swayed by the social media. I love the social media. I love that the youth are engaging in it and they're finding interest, but I feel sometimes they lack the expertise. Sometimes they're a little bit naive. Sometimes they're over emotional, and it prevents them from learning the issues the way that we want them to learn it, and have more consciousness in the way they deal with the issues. And so, yes, you know, educating the youth is important for us. It's important for Africa now too, because 60% of our countries are 60 to 65% are youth. And they will be the ones that will be leading. They will be the ones at the table. They will be the ones that are also going to be in these conflicts. And we need to have them sensitized on the issues of women and violence against women in general, not just in conflict situations, but and so that means changing a culture of many years and many generations. Is not going to be easy, and it's something that has to be sustained. It's not something you do at a fanfare once a year or in a clubhouse, but sustained education and raising awareness amongst our communities. And you'll be surprised, but we also have to raise consciousness on the women's side. You know, sometimes our battles are with women. You know, and we tell them, you know, how could you as a woman do this? You know, how could you as a woman not understand the issue? So it's not just the young men and the young boys or the men that are not understanding it. Sometimes we need the women also to be sensitized and raise their awareness. So absolutely, education and awareness raising will be the central point for me on issues of not just gender-based violence, but on all the social issues that we discuss here at the UN. So I thank you, Michael.
much.
Thank you all for this insightful and informative panel conference. There has been really no mention of the LGBTQA community in regards to gender-based discrimination and violence. So can one of the panelists speak about that, please?
The question, just to reiterate it, the question is preceded by a comment, which is that we've been speaking about gender sort of to the exclusion of the dimensions of LGBTQ, and so the comment was asking for comments on that particular point. If any of the panelists feel moved, yeah.
Yes.
Do you want?
Yes, Michael. No, that's a very relevant question. That's what I was saying at the beginning, that unfortunately we cannot cover everything. But point well taken. We always need to remember that the gender aspect is precisely to deal with two issues: that sexual and sexual violence related to conflict is not only against women, even though predominantly against women, also men, but also against communities based on the gender identity and sexual orientation. Now, international law is very binary. That's the main limitation. However, in order to analyze well the underpinnings of discrimination that then explode to atrocity crimes, the new prosecutor of the ICC is expanding the gender policy that his predecessor, Prosecutor Bensouda, had drafted. The gender policy is to strengthen the court's ability to investigate and prosecute sexual and gender-based violence. So he's going to expand precisely on the gender aspect, because as the participant was alluding to, not only in terms of peace, but also of war, when the rights of the LGBTQI+ community are violated, then when weaponized in terms of conflict, they are being unshielded and targeted. And we need to equip the international law to really address this crime. So it's a very good and relevant point. I don't know where international law will move in terms of the binary, but that's the limitation that we are trying to address as we speak. Thank you.
We are running very short on time. I believe we have one more question in the back from our audience. We'll address that, and then we'll begin to bring this panel to a close.
Yes, good afternoon. I just wanted to ask one quick question. All the panels were saying it's really important to be alert about the situation. We have to continually remind ourselves about the situation. But it's quite, as a student, it's quite cover limited source of having those resources or having those information about it. So how can a student can be a media alert, and there's all those political issues that's going on that's going to cover up or hide the information or the issues around? So how can students have access to all those information or happening issues inside the worldwide?
It's a great question. I don't give it a shot.
I can try. As I said, that across the world, the mass media is on the retreat almost, because everybody feels under attack, and because audiences are declining, and people feel under siege, and the ability to be able to tell the stories is sometimes complicated by restrictions and political situations across the world. So I think, for example, the Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a case in point, where you have the mass media trying to tell the story in the best way possible. but having extreme difficulty doing so, in getting access to information from both sides, and to be able to access certain areas, and journalists not being able to operate freely in certain areas. But on the other hand, you have propaganda emanating from the Russian state, not only via Russian media, which has also been restricted in certain countries, but also through through other disinformation campaigns or fake news campaigns. And then you have a third dimension of the Ukrainian communications mechanisms, which have been very effective, I must say. And it's been quite impressive that President Zelensky has been able to communicate in the way he does, with via YouTube messages in all the most prominent platforms in the world, from where he is. So to use that example, they're different sources of information, and it ultimately is up to your discretion and your own perspectives and place in the world as to what you believe and how much you believe of it, because everything is subjective. All information and every incident, every world event is subjective depending on who you are and where you come from. But I think that the crisis or the challenge, the crisis and the challenge in the established media right now is to make sure we hold the space and don't surrender it. And so that people like you who are wondering, what do I believe and where did I get my news, that your go-to place is the established media that's credible, where information is tested, and people go to great lengths to make sure that that you get dimension and depth to the story, and that it is able to reflect as much, and as many sides as possible.
Do any of our other panelists want to interject on that question? Okay, I'll take that as a broad no, which means I think that it's time for us to conclude here. Just out of respect for your time and for the next panels that are coming up, we will close things down. Again, thank you all for making the time today, giving us your attention. This has been a really fruitful and critical series of interventions into this problem of gender-based conflict and violence. And so I thank you all. And once again, if you would all join me in thanking the panel participants, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you so much to all of our participants, and to Michael for moderating this crucial and timely topic. And my special thanks to Her Excellency Ambassador Johannes for taking the time today. I know the first couple days of GA are extremely busy, but thank you so much. We truly appreciate your participation. And of course, my appreciation goes to the office of Her Excellency Helen Clark to facilitate this pre-recorded video remarks. So once again, thank you so much. Thank you. So before we move on with panel session 3, I will kindly ask my colleagues to change the line of panelists in the table, and ask Mariana and Dr. Graham to take their seats with connecting to Zoom, please.
Panel 3 discusses migration and refugee policies, intergovernmental responses to recent displacements, with a particular focus on inclusive and gender-sensitive migration and refugee policies, climate change-related disasters and displacements, and enforced migration due to wars, conflicts, persecution of dissidents, and systemic human rights violations. Panel 3 will address the following themes: the cross-cutting issue of migration, refugees, and the SDGs, implementation and progress, International Organization for Migration's Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, climate crisis-inducing and waves of migration and refugees, conflict-related enforced migration. At the end of the SDGs conference, The JWF and its global partners will propose a framework for action for the next 8 years to improve local and national policies and practices based on the assessment of the progress made towards the achievement of the SDGs.
Just a quick reminder, I need my panelists participating in person to keep themselves muted at all times so we don't have any echo in the room. And I believe Dr. Graham is getting ready to join us.
Ready?
All the sound goes through the D10. All the sound goes through the D10s. I think you're still.
Okay. Thank you so much for this change of line in our panel room. Now we have panel session 3, our last session for today, a very important topic, a hot topic as well, migration and refugee policies, intergovernmental responses to recent displacements. And this discussion will be led by Yüksel Durgut. He's the spokesperson of the International Journalists Association. Mr. Durgut started his journalism career in 1994 in Cihan News Agency. He worked as a war reporter in many countries. He was a bureau chief of Cihan in Pakistan and Afghanistan for almost 10 years. After 2004, he held various positions at Cihan News until the July 15, 2016 coup attempt. Mr. Yüksel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Cemre and Mr. Mehmet. I would like to just thank you to all for your participations. And I think I'm the right person to be moderate this session. The migration and refugee policies. Privileged to be a part of this conference. I would like to thank you and your team to give a chance to me as a moderator. I feel very honored to moderate in this migration and refugee policies, intergovernmental responses to recent displacement situation. So I'd like to say a very warm greetings to all from Germany. So I'm living in Germany now. I'd like to explain as a recent displacement person why I came here in 2018. So when the Turkish ruling party, Justice and Development Party, AKP, came to power in 2002, it was a party which represented the common interest in Turkey. Its supporters varied from hardcore Islamists, traditional religious groups, Islamist modernizers, socially conservative businessmen to liberal intellectuals, secular reformists, and the Kurds also. So there were relatively few influential political actors among the party members. AKP was analyzed under two periods. The period from its first term of coming to power, the 2011 elections, was defined as AKP appeared as a reformist party which stimulated democratization and expanded freedoms. So the AKP's second term after 2011 was defined as the period of the Erdogan regime. After its first and second elections, Erdogan strengthened his party, eliminated voices within the party. The government's authorization tendencies became more visible with the 2013 Gezi protests. After the corruption investigations targeting his close circles and the AKP's cabinet ministers, Erdogan increased his strength and authorization rule by blaming the opposition groups for plotting to remove him from power. After the failed coup attempt in July 2016, So Erdogan finally managed to establish his one-man regime. The mysterious July 15 coup attempt in 2016, called a gift from God by Erdogan, gave the government an excuse and unlimited power to carry out widespread purges and establish a fully authorization regime. So through the state of emergency declared right after the coup attempt, Erdogan had the power to preside over the cabinet, issuing decrees that bypassed the parliament and the constitutional court. So in the first 2 months of the state of emergency, dozens of renowned journalists, including leading reporters and editors of newspapers and magazines, were placed in detention or arrested, and a total of 620 press credentials were cancelled. The scale of the roundups of jail journalists was astonishing. So, for instance, 42 arrest warrants were issued on journalism on July 25th. So, and another 47 were issued 2 days later. My name was also there. So Reporters Without Borders analyzed the attention integration recourse and stated that the many journalists are being targeted above all for media sympathetic to Gülen, so membership complicity in the coup attempt. Following the coup attempt, 160 media outlets were shut down by government decrees in the mid of November 2016. The number of journalists in pretorial detention ceased their writing and journalistic activities raised to 144, making Turkey the worldwide leader in jailing journalists. I was one of them. I was arrested in September 2016. I had a heart condition and had an open heart bypass surgery in prison. So, and the Turkish regime didn't even allow my family to stay with me in the home panel. After 13 months, I was able to get out of Silivri prison in Turkey, in Istanbul. So the July 15 coup attempt turned into an unprecedented twist for the Turkish media. After the coup attempt, a state of emergency was declared and lasted for 2 years. About 889 press cards were cancelled by the government in this time period. When I couldn't find any chance to work in Turkey, I decided to leave the country. I was alone when I was crossing the border between Greece and the Turkey. The first thing that I did, I was sitting on the Greek side of the river Maritsa. Turkish people call it Meriç, and Greek language it is called Evros. So I turned on my mobile and I removed VPN application from my mobile. That was the only thing I could get connection to all of the world with one application. I removed it from my mobile. After that, I felt totally free. And I left my country with one bag. That is always with me right now. I left my hopes, my family, my friends, my education, my earnings, my news agency, where I worked since 1994, my house and all in behind. I'm only a name. You can replace the names and call another name instead of me. It's not that important. The important thing is why this brain drain happens in autocratic countries. Do you know that unbelievably autocratic regimes around the world are starting to increase? When these regimes are in power, we will keep talking recent displacements of migration and refugee policies. We must find ways to stop these regimes. I say brain drain because dictatorial regimes always see educated people as their enemies. The reports and the numbers I have just presented to you are only an example of this hostility. And now, I am in my new home. The biggest problem of refugees over a certain age like me is integration. I believe I got over this in a short time. For me, having a new homeland, or the people of that country are also so important. This is why I'm Greek, I'm a German, I'm a citizen of the world. So, without much further ado, I would like to introduce our speakers. We have very interesting and distinguished panelists from all over the world. I would like to make an appeal before we start. So please note that we have 10 minutes each speakers, and we can summarize if you are ending out of time at the end of the speeches. So we will take note of all the comments in the chat box, and we will post these comments and questions at the end of this session. So thank you very much again for your attendance. And now I'm going to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Sofia Foltepsi. She is Deputy Minister of Migration and Asylum of Greece since 2000 and served as parliamentary spokeswoman of the New Democracy Party from 2012 until June 2014. Deputy Minister Foltepsi was the Secretary of the Parliamentary Committees for National Defense, Foreign Affairs, Macedonia, Thrace, and the Aegean regions. Prior to her various positions in different governmental offices, Ms. Foltepsi was a journalist with a career in daily newspaper and magazines. She was the editor-in-chief in daily newspaper as well as television programs. Now we are just watching the keynote.
Dear participants and colleagues in journalism and writing, first of all, I want to thank you, and of course, Cemre Ulker, for this most important opportunity to address this forum, which I believe can offer a lot to our way of thinking on a global issue. Greece, as first reception country, has gone through many stages during the 7-year refugee crisis. We've become sort of subject experts who have learned from our mistakes, but who have been victims of imported mistakes as well. Victims of the instrumentalization of refugees and migrants by Turkey, which attempted 2 years ago to breach our northern border in Evros. Because of our geographical position and because of the behavior of Turkey, which is constantly instrumentalizing refugees and migrants, taking people sometimes to the Aegean Islands and later to the islands of Evros on our northern border, we are in a very difficult position. The policy we have chosen is a combination of border protection and people protection. These two are not, in our opinion, incompatible. They are compatible. During these years, the experience we gained in the field led us to devise a series of good practices. The main international problem is that global migration good practices are fragmented, and we have not yet achieved a common migration strategy on asylum and return. Moreover, we have not yet achieved a common integration strategy. One of the biggest challenges we had to face in Greece was the rapid transition from the status of asylum seeker to the status of asylum recipient. This quick transition becomes a barrier to integration. As a result, while people are in camps, they receive benefits from the European Union, and when they receive asylum and leave, they receive benefits from the Greek state, as Greece abides by the Geneva Convention and all international treaties. The International Organization of Migration manages our country's flagship integration program, the Helios program, which has been in operation since the summer of 2019. The program provides Greek knowledge and aids in the transition to professional life. In Greece, we now have a new national integration strategy consisting of 3 main pillars. For the first time, a pre-integration stage is included to ensure a smooth transition to full integration. The strategy focuses on real integration and not the creation of parallel social systems that lead to the creation of ghettos and increase the social marginalization, poverty, radicalization, and of course, criminality. The strategy also includes two other major pillars: integration and protection of refugees and immigrants in all aspects of their lives, avoidance of all forms of violence, trafficking, familiarization with the European way of life, and gender equality. Greece is the only European country that included integration in the Recovery and the Resilience Forum. Greece is the only European country that included integration in the Recovery and the Resilience Fund. It includes a vocational training program for refugees, specifically in sectors of the Greek economy where there is a labor shortage. The key sectors are agriculture, tourism, construction, and manufacturing. Special emphasis will be given on women who will be trained mainly in tourism and manufacturing. In 2021-2022, we collaborated with UNICEF on an innovative educational program called All Children in Education. This is a non-formal education project, a bridge that leads children safely to formal education and national state schools. The school year 2021-2022 is expected to be the best ever for migrant children. It should serve as a model for Europe as a whole, according to UNICEF. A special chapter of which Greece is proud is the protection of unaccompanied minors, and the juvenile protection system is constantly being improved. Of course, it is not easy to foster a global integration policy, although we must try, because we need it. There are common chapters on which we can agree. For example, migration policy must be holistic in order to be effective, with integration as a key pillar. All actions carried out within the framework of a common migration policy must bear the integration mark. The strategic objective and philosophy of common integration strategy is the protection of human rights, the protection and security of refugees and immigrants, access to health and education, safeguarding of children's rights, the prevention of all forms of violence, including human trafficking. Our world is going through a multi-layered crisis and needs skilled workers to restart its economy. A basic human right of refugees is their autonomous and dignified living, so that they can earn a living by working without depending on state benefits. All countries should develop education and training programs for employment of refugees in crucial sectors of the economies. True integration is based on familiarity with basic values, such as the rule of law and gender equality, in order to ensure peaceful coexistence. Unaccompanied minors are a particularly vulnerable population, highly exposed to danger, violence, and exploitation. Every country should establish a special service for unaccompanied minors that will protect and monitor children from the time they arrive until they reach adulthood. After they reach adulthood, all countries should continue to care for unaccompanied minors until they enter the labor market. To accomplish this, programs aimed at easing the transition of unaccompanied minors into adulthood must be developed. Studies, professional rehabilitation, and continuous support. In their legislative initiatives, all countries should include an integration mark. Refugees and migrants should seek integration, education, and employment. Concluding my intervention, I would like to drive your attention to the message. According to my opinion, we should start with the basic ideas, the ideas that unite us, and pave the way to a common migration and integration strategy. Thank you very much again. Hope I have been useful to your reflection.
So we would like to also thank you to Her Excellency Sofia Woltepsi. Well, I don't know if I'm just going to have a chance. I would like to especially thankful to her face to face when I'm just going to have a chance to go to Greece again, because you know the many of my colleagues we were really just safe in Greece. That's why when I was just trying to just tell my the story when we started. When I came to Germany, I was always just telling to people where I'm just coming from. I was just telling them I'm coming from Greece. And I was just facing off with the Greek people. They were speaking in Greek language, so I couldn't just speak in Greek. So we were really just welcomed by the Greek, the neighbors. So thank you very much again. And they were really appreciated with her. The speech, there were a lot of things which we just learned, because especially the integration, I was also just telling that point, because the integration is really so important. We are just also integrated here in Germany. We learned German maybe 2 or 3 years. We just studied. And then, in our class, my desk mate was doctor. Another desk mate was the engineer from another country. The other one was teacher from another country. The nurse from another country. We were around 20 people. They were all educated, and most of them all just passed through the and they were all just welcome to us. Now, Mariana Kakaonaki. So she wrote to us in the last issue of Journalist Post. I know her story very well, and you are also just interested about her. And of course, I'm just going to have some couple of questions after her presentation. So Mariana Kakaonaki is an award-winning journalist for Greek print and TV outlets. And she has reported for the Wall Street Journal, and she's regularly serving as a feed producer for CBS News, and has been a part-time employee of the Olympic Broadcasting Services, working as their features for the last 9 years. And she is selected International Visitor Leadership Program in 2019 by the US State Department. She has participated in documentary workshops, filmmaking courses. I know her Invisible. I'm maybe one of the first person who watched it and is impressed. So, which is about the protected Turkish community. Mariana Kakaonaki has her degree in psychology. Am I right? Now, please, the cross-cutting issue of migration, refugees, and the SDGs. Mariana?
Thank you, Yüksel. And I didn't know you have seen the film. I'm very glad. So thank you to JWF for the invitation. And today I'd like to talk to you about what I've learned covering and documenting this unprecedented refugee crisis. So 6 years ago, at the beginning of this crisis, a photograph of a dead boy washed up on the shores of Turkey struck a chord around the world. You probably remember that boy. If you see that photograph, you'll definitely remember. He was 3 years old, lying dead and alone, face down in the sand. He was wearing blue shorts and a red shirt. His name was Alan Kurdi, and he was a Syrian refugee. The 5-meter-long inflatable rubber boat he had been badly into, together with 15 others, capsized just minutes after leaving the shores of Bodrum in Turkey. The photograph of the lifeless child, stated François Hollande, France's Prime Minister at the time, must be a reminder of the world's responsibility regarding refugees. His European counterparts were also deeply moved by the image. Pieces of art based on Alan's death were created. Songs were dedicated to the drowned child. Charities helping refugees at sea saw their donations quadruple in the days and weeks following. This was 6 years ago. Since then, over 700 more children have been killed while trying to reach European shores via dangerous journeys by sea. One of these children was Yahya Ayubi. He was a Turkish-born Afghan refugee who had lived out his short life in poverty.
His father's asylum request in Turkey had been denied twice, meaning Yahya could not enroll in school there. So in November, instead of starting first grade, father and son set out to Greece. They joined 22 others on yet another overloaded rubber boat, once again without enough life jackets. The boat capsized, and Yahya's body was found early the next morning between the rocks on the shore of the Greek island of Samos. This time, there were no statements about Yahya made in any European capital. No songs, no art created. But this death is another, different kind of moment in the refugee crisis. For in this case, the Greek authorities decided to act by charging the boy's 25-year-old father with his son's death. Last year, I traveled twice to Samos to report on that story. I met the father, Nadir, who started accused of endangering the life of his child and abandoning him after the boat capsized. He faced up to 10 years in prison. A few months ago, he was finally acquitted. But this is the first time such charges have been brought against a bereaved parent asylum seeker. It might be an isolated case, but it does create a precedent. And it does come at a time when there is a dangerous trend of criminalizing humanitarian aid and a growing apathy to the issue across Europe. But today I want to talk to you about another refugee's journey, a journey that I have been following very closely as a journalist and as a filmmaker. A journey that can give us great insight on the biggest issues and challenges surrounding the refugees crisis. It all started on 26th of September, 3 years ago, when 4 families of 9 adults and as many children scrambled over a bed of rocks in a remote spot on the Turkish coast to board a small speedboat. The parents were Turkish nationals, academics, judges, businessmen, and teachers. A few years ago, they would never have thought that they would have to be smuggled out of their own country, but the trip across the Aegean was now their only option. After the night of the attempted coup against President Erdogan in July 2016, over 1 million Turkish citizens have been investigated for terrorism charges related to the coup. Most of them were fired from the jobs, their assets were frozen, they faced prison, so they decided to leave. In the crossing, the family I have been following suffered an unbearable loss, but they eventually managed to come to Greece, where UNHCR provided them with a house. I was there when they moved in that flat, and I was shocked by its state. It was dirty and full of cockroaches. 1 month later, staff from UNHCR saw that footage and could not believe the state of the flat either. They promised they would investigate and talk to the partners in their housing program. Someone, not them, was obviously making a profit on the defense of these refugees. The family found some comfort in that in Athens there was a growing community of Turkish refugees. This community was intentionally not getting support from the Greek government. For years, they didn't want to attract any attention. They were living under the radar. You have to understand that politics between Greece and Turkey are complicated, so they wanted to be invisible. When they first started arriving, that was back in 2016, a few weeks after the coup, they realized that the first thing they had to do was to try and learn the language. Without this knowledge, there would never be a real integration. So they looked for a space where they could do language lessons together. They found and rented a small office space and hired together, with the help of the community abroad, a Greek teacher. As the community grew, the space eventually got bigger, and it also turned out to be something really important for everyone. It was a safe space. They could meet, they could eat, pray, and ultimately give them a sense of normalcy and belonging that they so much needed. One of the priorities of this community of refugees was to try and find jobs. In Greece, a country that went through a prolonged financial crisis, that was not an easy task. They had to be flexible and to be okay with the fact that they would have to do jobs that had nothing to do with their profession back home. I met high school teachers that became builders or doctors that would work in call centers. For many, this was very difficult to accept, but for others, it was the beginning of a new chapter and the decision to try and put roots in a new country. And indeed, many families chose to stay in Greece, but most of the families' wish was to continue the trip to Northern Europe, where there are better social benefits. But to do that, they had to take another risk, because there is no little way of leaving Greece for another European country. What I witnessed firsthand was an incredibly sophisticated illegal network that would take advantage of them, send them expensive fake passports, sometimes of really bad quality, putting them at risk of being arrested. The family I was following spent almost a year in Greece, but they were determined to leave. They tried 6 times, but only the 6th time was successful. They reached a European country, but once they settled, that's when grief took over. They realized that all this time they were simply in survival mode, because in their trip to freedom, they suffered the biggest loss. Their 2 children, Mustafa, who was 8, and Gulsum, who was 10, drowned in the Aegean Sea. For people like them who are recovering from trauma, to be able to adapt in a new reality, to make any learning possible, we have to make sure to provide support for their mental health. And I'm not only talking about the family I followed who lost their children. All the people I've met these 3 years are grieving, mourning the loss of a life back home, the home, a family, their friends, while also facing the daunting task of starting over from scratch in a completely new world. All should start from making that trip to freedom safe. This should be the priority, because people are crossing over every day. Only 2 weeks ago, the relative of a Turkish family who were trying to cross the border sent me a message in the middle of the night. The man was very stressed about the well-being of his loved ones as he could no longer contact them. He was afraid they were pushed back. In their case, that meant that they would go straight to the state that they were breaking free from, straight to prison. I forwarded the message to the community and gave him the number of the police station in the area where they crossed. He thanked me, but 20 minutes later, he informed me that his fear was not unfounded. He wrote to me that everyone in that group was pushed back to Turkey that night. This is dangerous and it has to stop. Everyone should be able to understand this. And then, once we have a better understanding of their lives, we will realize how their goals are completely relatable. All they want is to find a job, pay the bills, and make a better life for their children, to live in peace the same way we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariana. So, I would like to just hear your invisible story face to face also, because if we are just going to have a chance, if I'm going to find you in Greece, so you can just go to place where I passed the Meriç, this river, because what I said, I was alone when I just passed there. It was almost morning 3 a.m. I found the restaurant, fish restaurant. There was a man, I never just forgot him. He really just happened too much because I was in blood, the mud. So he cooked for me. He stayed with me till morning time, and he just, find a car to me to just go to Selanik. So that's why I'm saying I would like to just hear your story face to face. But I would like to just also break the rules because, the questions are just coming at the end. But I would like to ask one question, Mariana. What can a journalist do to make people more visible? Because is empathy or professionalism more important in this situation?
I think both empathy and professionalism is important. I became very invested in the story. I became part of the story. I spent almost a year living with this family so that I can do this documentary. I was with them when they tried to leave Greece with fake passports. Colleagues of mine were telling me, I shouldn't be doing that. But we're all human, and I think what I have lived with these people and what they've gone through has affected me deeply in many different ways. And I think that helped me also convey that story so that whoever now watches this film can really relate and walk alongside those families.
Because you are reporting from one of the countries where the most critical human stories are, experienced in the world. So we just got a lot of stories, and I'm sure we are also just having a lot of questions for you. And there were a lot of messages in chat box from, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Lesotho, Namibia, Egypt, Germany, Chad, Malawi, Iraq, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Pakistan. They are all just watching us right now. So that shows that our session is one of the most important session. So now, next panelist is here. So Dr. Graham Pong. He has been Amnesty International Australia's refugee coordinator since May 2000, working on behalf of individual asylum seekers as well as on broader human rights issues relating to refugees. He has visited detention centers in Australia, including those on Christmas Island and refugee camps and detention centers in many other countries. Since 2007, Dr. Tong has represented Amnesty International at the United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees, annual repeated consultations on resettlement in Geneva. He continues to give lectures and publish articles on refugee issues, both globally and domestically. In 2000, Dr. Tom completed his PhD at the University of Sydney's Department of Government. Now, climate crisis inducing and waves of migration. Please.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that very kind introduction, and thank you also to the Journalists and Writers Foundation for inviting me to this very important conference. So I've been given 10 minutes to speak about climate change and forced displacement, so please wish me luck. Let's see how we go. What I want to focus on in the next 10 minutes is what does climate displacement look like and how are governments responding? And a number of those issues we've already heard about, I think, today. But let's begin with how does climate change, thank you, how does climate change lead to forced migration? And it's important to note that climate change alone does not lead to displacement. I want to quickly pay tribute to a former friend and mentor, Professor Stephen Castles, one of the absolute gurus in migration research, who died just recently. And it was at his memorial that I was reminded by Professor Jane McAdams that, and this is a quote from 2002, Stephen was spot on when he said that climate and environment factors are part of complex patterns of multiple causality, in which natural and the environmental factors are closely linked to economic, social, and political ones. This is where we need much more research and better understanding if we are to address the root causes of forced migration. In a nutshell, people's reasons to move are always multifaceted. But we need to remember, again, as Professor Jane McAdams has pointed out, climate change amplifies the frequency and severity of weather events, meaning that disasters will worsen and displacement will likely to grow. Sadly, things are getting worse. This is the reality. So how does climate change and human rights interact? Is when states fail to act that climate change becomes a human rights issue. Importantly, in 2021, the Human Rights Council recognised the human right to a clean, healthy, sustainable environment in its Resolution 4813. At the same time, last year, close to 24 million internal displacements were linked to disasters. Where are these people? This is really important, I think. UNHCR has noted countries highly vulnerable to climate change host 40% of the world's refugees and are home to 70% of people internally displaced by conflict and violence. The vast majority of the over 100 million displaced people of concern to UNHCR are internally displaced peoples. There are so many examples I could highlight in terms of the impacts of climate change. But let's just look at mid-June 2022. 80 million people in Pakistan have been affected by unprecedented rains and devastating floods, with a third of the country taken over by flooding. This has left 6.4 million people in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. and it includes approximately 800,000 refugees currently residing in Pakistan. How has the government, or how has the international community, I should say, responded? I mean, the good news is over the last 15 years, the international community has increasingly stepped up to address climate displacement. There have been cases brought before UN treaty bodies. We've seen UN resolutions. Even today, lobbying at the UN General Assembly for an ICJ advisory opinion on climate change is happening by people from the Pacific Islands. Also, we've seen a recent UN Secretary General action agenda on internal displacement. Again, quoting Professor Jane McAdams, one of the most significant achievements has been the inclusion of language and action lines on climate mobility in multiple instruments, including the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Agenda for Sustainable Development, that we're talking about today, and the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration, Global Compact that is. And we've also seen language in the Global Compact for refugees too. All this has been aided by the creation in 2012 of the Nansen Initiative on Disaster-Induced Cross-Border Displacement and its successor, the Platform on Disaster Displacement. However, I'm going to come up with a number of howevers. Challenges remain, both short-term and long-term. With climate change, we have both extreme events and slow onset processes. Dr. Coco Warner has recently highlighted 4 emerging patterns of human mobility, which I think are important, ranging from short-term displacement and return, for instance, where there's a bushfire or a cyclone and a flood and people have to move, but then quickly come back to their homes, through longer-term displacement where climate stresses interact with conflict. And then to the longer-term deterioration of habitat, for example, sea level rises currently facing the Pacific Islands, an issue very much in focus in countries like Australia and New Zealand that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. Hopefully more so now than we've seen in the last few years anyway. But what is some of the key challenges around this? I think, as we've also heard, sadly, what we've seen recently around the world is an increase in extreme nationalistic political parties, a rise in xenophobia, and a rise in anti-migration sentiments. This is occurring around the world. UNHCR, in terms of looking at ways to address climate displacement, in March 2022, made 10 recommendations looking at climate change, displacement, and human rights. I want to highlight just 2 of these. Firstly, applying existing refugee and human rights instruments when cross-border displacement due to climate change occurs. We have refugee status determination for people who cross borders and say, I'm a refugee, please help me. How do people saying that climate has been part of that displacement also get recognised through that process? Secondly, UNHCR recommended that countries facilitate more regular pathways. Here we're talking about resettlement, but also other terms of migration pathways for those who are impacted by climate displacement. It's worth noting the recent Human Rights Committee decision in the case of Hayatoa versus New Zealand, where a very clear judgment was made by the Human Rights Committee that countries cannot force people back to situations where their lives are at risk based on dangers relating to climate change and climate displacement. The question is, how are governments responding to this? When we look at government responses, written here in my presentation, what happens when the rubber hits the road? And this is something that I think you've highlighted very well. Now, what happens when people actually try and flee their country and they try and cross an external border to seek safety. Sadly, what we're seeing again around the world is the increasing use of externalisation policies to keep people at bay, not to make it easier for people displaced to get protection, but in fact to make it even harder. Australia is a very clear example of this, with Operation Sovereign Borders and our offshore detention regimes on Nauru and PNG. We still have, 9 years later, over 200 people being held on PNG and Nauru, and a firm bipartisan approach in Australia that anybody who attempts to reach Australia by boat will either be turned back or will be warehoused offshore in one of these detention centres as a deterrent to others who would consider trying to reach Australia seeking safety. In Europe, we've got Frontex as the body that's trying, or has been tasked, I should say, with keeping people away, not ensuring that people fleeing for safety are able to reach safety. We just heard about Alan Kurdi dying 6 years ago and being washed up on a beach. This month, there have been other horrendous stories of young Syrian girls dying in the Mediterranean, not because their boat capsized and they drowned, but because governments refused to rescue them. They knew exactly where this boat was, they knew exactly how many people were on board, and they sat and did nothing while young girls starved to death and died in the arms of their parents. We have countries like the UK that are looking at Rwanda to ship asylum seekers off to Rwanda, and Denmark is also looking at introducing externalisation policies. When it comes to resettlement and alternate pathways, even for refugees, next year UNHCR has identified more than 2 million refugees will be in need of resettlement. And yet, during the pandemic, at the height of the pandemic in 2020, refugee resettlement plummeted to record lows, with only 22,800 people departing that year. Historically, we've only seen about 30 countries engaging in refugee resettlement. And with that, we've only ever seen somewhere between 100,000 to 200,000 people resettled, even in a good year when it comes to refugee resettlement. We do not see countries stepping up to provide alternative pathways to ensure people do not have to make dangerous journeys to try and seek safety. So in conclusion, I hope I've kept to my 10 minutes. Until governments, particularly those in the global north, move to a system that both allows those in need of safety to cross their borders, as well as step up to provide safe and durable pathways, the impacts of climate change and climate displacement are going to lead to further human tragedy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Graham. Do not worry, I'm just going to give a couple of minutes and I'm just going to ask a couple of questions. So you were just mentioned, I mean, I'm also, just a refugee right now in Germany because I face a lot of problems when I'm just crossing the border because the smugglers who, try to just put me to the Greece side were the Afghanis. It's so interesting. They were not the Turkish people. They were Afghanis. They have just taken me to other side. I was lucky that I could just speak Farsi with these people because I couldn't just pass the river and they came back and they just, take me out from the water. But the main problem is the politicians here, what I'm just thinking, because, we were also just trying to just say it because, I can just tell because I just made a couple of the documentaries about the Syrian, the refugees. And I just talked to United Nations, the representatives in Turkey. And, the Turkey was just saying, the Turkish regime, Erdogan regime was saying the United Nations or European Union doesn't just give us some money that we can just spend to the refugees over here. And the refugees are saying we are hungry. United Nations says that, we are just helping to you. And on the other hand, what Erdogan was saying, I'm going to open the the doors and all the refugees, the Syrian refugees, I'm sending to Europe. You know, I mean, this is the problem. What I'm just thinking about it. So my question is, maybe you can just comment on it, because there is a, you know, the former, your Australian former Defense Force Chief Angus Houston. He's also the you know, immigrant, I think 21-year-old. He just came from the Scottish. He says one thing, he recommends a policy approach that is hard-headed but not hard-hearted, that is realistic, not idealistic, that is driven by a sense of humanity as well as fairness. So do you believe that current governments obey this as a rule, Dr. Graham?
I think the short answer to that question is no, they do not. I think the hard-headed has certainly overtaken the heart in many respects. And I think in part because we have seen the politicisation of migration and the politicisation of refugee issues, the way that people have tried to manipulate that, both in the media, through the populace as a cheap way to get votes. And through that, sadly, it's meant that governments have had to respond in a way that has meant they've tried to deter people, and deter people in a way that does great psychological and physical harm. When we look at the way Australia has warehoused people on Nauru and PNG, or by not allowing them to cross borders. You know, I think it's fascinating to see, you know, last winter, I mean, it was horrific to see, I should say, refugees dying in Eastern Europe, trapped in no man's land between countries, refusing to allow them to cross. However, with the Ukrainian crisis, all these arguments allowing people to cross their borders suddenly disappeared, and the Ukrainian refugees, which I think is only correct and proper, were welcomed with open arms. And we're talking about tens, hundreds of thousands, if not more, to show that in fact this is not a disaster and it's not a crisis, and that we can integrate people and we can look after people. So, you know, when it's not a political issue, these things can be done, and they can be done well. But sadly, as long as it's a political issue and used by certain politicians in a really negative, cruel way, we're going to see these appalling policies. It's going to see young girls die on boats needlessly when they could easily have been rescued and no one would have batted an eyelid.
Thank you very much indeed. So, Adamu Noma, I wish to congratulate everyone for the quality of experiences being shared here. After this, we need action. We can no longer continue to wait for nothing. Enough is enough for Nicole Malaku. Now I'm just going to invite you. She is Executive Director of National Partnerships for Native Americans, bringing over a decade of experience working on immigrants, on refugees, and issues at local, state, and national level. She is the former Executive Director of Colorado Immigrants' Rights Coalition and its C4, sister organization, CRC Action Fund. She led the expansions of Colorado Immigration Rights Coalitions to over 95 immigrant and refugee serving organizations, and helped pass some of the country's most notable and affirmative immigrant integration policies. Nicole is a first-generation Native American whose mother and grandparents hail from Chileu, Mexico. Am I right to just pronounce it? I don't know. And who naturalized as a result of the Immigration Reform and Naturalization Act of 1986. She's an advocate, organizer, and movement leader who is dedicated to build a more inclusive and fair democracy. So we are here to just hear a lot conflict-related and forced migration. Please, Nicole Malaku.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here today. Thank you so much to our colleagues for inviting us. I want to pick up on a couple threads that our last colleague mentioned around this sort of militarization and the national security framing around climate forced migration. We at NPNA really see, this bigger vision around the right to move, the right to stay. And so we frame all of our work around inclusion strategy as all people getting the opportunity to live their best life, wherever that may be in the world, and especially within the United States. So I'll speak a little bit more to one of our projects, the Climate Justice Collaborative, housed here at NPNA. That's a new project where we're addressing climate change from the state and local policy perspective here in the United States, but also from the international narrative perspective. Circling back, NPNA is the nation's largest coalition of immigrant and refugee-led organizations who are working to promote inclusion strategy at the state, national, and federal level, of course. And the way we do our work is through advocacy, of course, drive federal policy and leverage powerful campaigns to really elevate the voice of directly impacted people into the policy conversations. And so at the end of the day, the people that are closest to this issue, and are they themselves immigrants, refugees, children of immigrants, are drivers of change. We're not wanting to be seen as clients or people that are chatteled around from country to country, but that of course have agency. And so in the conversation of climate change in particular, we see migration as an adaptation strategy, period. So I'll start there. I want to talk a little bit today around some of the lessons over the last year here stateside that we sort of observed as a national coalition. I think, as our previous colleague was mentioning, like there was, 4 million people in Ukraine in a matter of 4 months or less that were rehomed to different parts of Europe, and of course, welcome to the United States. Since August of 2020, we've welcomed over 700,000 Afghan new arrivals and allies to the United States. And in the last 6 months, almost 50,000 Ukrainians have petitioned to safety here in the United States, and another 200,000 people are in process of being sponsored by a new program of community sponsorship. And just this week, and over the last 8 weeks or 12 weeks, we've seen some desperate political ploys by certain elected officials to send migrants from the Southern Hemisphere that are arriving along the US border to the interior of the country in an effort to stoke anti-immigrant sentiment. And so we are living this in every way here in the United States and wanting to build proactive strategy around inclusion. And so I think the main message here for us is that inclusion involves a variety of actors from the very moment that we have a new arrival. And those are, of course, your international NGOs that safely resettle people in their new countries. We have a robust resettlement system here in the United States that many of you know was nearly decimated under the previous administration. And so we continue to advocate that the refugee cap in the United States is held at a base minimum of 200,000 people per year. And just to give you a sense of where that resettlement system is now, there are close to only 11,000 people that have been settled over the last year, even under the current administration. And so this system has been nearly decimated. It is not back up to capacity. And at the same time, we have these new waves of asylum seekers who are coming to our country and of course across the globe seeking safety for a severely outdated system that has not caught up with 21st century needs and 21st century realities around the impending threats to democracy worldwide, as well as drivers of migration like climate change. What we find is that when we have welcomed newcomers into our community, there's of course the wrap around infrastructure and inclusion, as our colleague from Greece mentioned, around a comprehensive strategy and what we call at NPNA sort of indicators of immigrant well-being, which are access to healthcare, access to education, on-ramps to civic engagement, of course, protection from deportation and from detention is a core pillars of our work. And what we found is that it takes a variety of stakeholders from your NGOs and directly impacted people themselves to propose and drive policy, but also a role for state and local governments. And so a way we can ensure the safety of migrants in our nation here is around providing access to legal services. And we've long advocated for greater federal investment so that people can make that that transition from refugee to former refugee to lawful permanent resident, eventually citizenship. And in the case of asylum seekers, from asylum seekers to asylum grantees, from undocumented immigrant to a person that has a legal status to work and be allowed in this country and live free of deportation, and eventually to voting member of our society. And so there's a role for state and local actors, of course, for greater federal investment in promoting all of those strategies, and we do so through our policy work. I would say kind of the lessons coming out of Afghanistan and the Ukrainian arrivals is this starts to uncover these moments in history, uncover deep inequities in our communities and in our nations. And so one of the things we're finding is that housing continues to be a major issue here in the United States. And the only way that we can address some of those major barriers to integration is to really have people on the ground uncovering what those inefficiencies and gaps are so that we can build a collective response as an advocacy community and therefore propose policy to address those concerns. We feel that this moment around climate change and democracy threats worldwide, the rise of authoritarianism, really call for us to note the fragile nature of our democracy, worldwide, and that the remedy for that is to encourage civic participation and leadership development. As our colleagues have mentioned, there is a role for media, of course, to have in, promoting stories of inclusion, lived experience, as our colleague Mariana has done in Greece. And right now, I think that the biggest need is for people to be unafraid, to share those stories and to really highlight the stories of people persevering, the stories of welcome that are happening across the world, the stories where we hear communities stepping up. For those of you that have been following the migrant bus arrivals in New York City, our partners and our members, the New York Immigrant Coalition, have stepped up to do a lot of coordination with local government stakeholders and safely bring people out of harm's way and keep them out of situations where they would be suspect to human trafficking and other kinds of dangerous situations. So I think, we are, of course, looking to continually build the expansion of state and local policy. Not every state in the United States has a uniform political environment. And so some areas of the country, of course, are leading the way on immigrant inclusion strategy, on emergency response to forced displacement. Our colleagues in California who live along the southern border have been proactively moving and advancing additional wraparound resettlement services that are funded by their state government for an additional 9 months of resettlement dollars for asylum grantees. And so that means a family who is recently arrived in California can qualify for as much as 18 months of wraparound services. And in the meantime, that really kind of aiding and establishing their lives in their state, their new state. I think when we are talking about climate change, one of our observations for NPNA and for our network was that most often the immigrant communities that we engage and organize in the United States are often those most impacted by climate disasters domestically. And of course, abroad, the same is true. These are people who have most often are not the front lines of creating the climate emergencies, but of course will be most impacted. And so over the last year, we've taken the steps to establish what we call the Climate Justice Collaborative at NPNA, where we can really move proactive state and local policies for things like heat resilience, state and local policies so that there's workforce integration as we are working toward just transition here in the United States, that immigrant, refugee, migrant populations will be a part of that workforce. course, and of course, resilience strategies. So in the moments where there is an impending driver of migration, that our communities will be prepared to respond, both in a narrative sense as well as in policy. And so we've developed a toolkit, which I can paste in the chat, that is sort of preemptively educating the larger community around harmful narratives around climate forced migration, that it is an adaptation strategy, and that we should avoid sort of reiterating some of the folks' messaging that will co-opt the message of a climate crisis and an invasion mentality that is being spun across the world. And so we've proactively gathered our field of advocates, of leaders, of community voices to be able to build in that response and share that with our elected officials, share that with the Biden administration, so that we are in fact not perpetuating these narratives that are driving sort of the separatist approach and this sort of othering of communities who are simply seeking safety and who are simply adapting to drivers of migration. I think the last framework is, overall, this narrative of inclusion, equity, and belonging is something that is, of course, incredibly valuable to us in the United States as we're trying to reset course of our democracy. When we think about how our nation was founded by immigrants, nearly 70 million foreign people who are children of immigrants, descendants of immigrants, live in this country. It's our obligation to interrupt those narratives and offer new frames, right, that are welcoming and that can really bridge communities. And so the idea of inclusion and belonging is central to the way that we need to advance this conversation around displacement. And I think one of the things that we are asking for in this moment is for people to really center humanity in these discussions of forced displacement, for us to center ideas of dignity, and to center the idea that we have done this, we are capable and generous people. There are good people in the world who will welcome and who will find the resources they need to welcome newcomers in a way that honors their human dignity. And so I leave you with that and welcome any questions you have on how we are organizing stateside and how we continue to build a coordinated federal inclusion strategy.
Thank you, Nicole. I just heard the very nice things at the end, because there are a lot of good peoples in the world, and we know that they will just bring the peace, at least to democracy. But I would like to just ask you a question, because one of you, I just read one of your article in Change Wire. You are just mentioning the importance of family, because in your presentation you just mentioned about militarization, the climate, and democracy and everything, but the family is there. And you said we are investing so much of ourselves is an aspirational future to keep families together. We are also making very real sacrifices. Many times it's our own families who make sacrifices with us, and often their contributions go unseen. To overconsumption with community activities and crises are all too real for the families we serve. Yes, families.
So I would say that, many of us who carry this work, we do so lovingly, and that we do this work hearing the pain worldwide that comes with doing this work and seeing the lived experience. And that's what moves us toward this work. But I think I cannot underscore the pain that is sort of skirted around, as our colleague from Eritrea named, is we don't want to silence the voice of our own humanity in doing this work, because it is in fact holding a lot. And so I will name, my members over the last 2 weeks have been meeting these new arrivals, and just to see humanity suffering creates an incredible charge on your organizing perspective, and where you need to jump in as a leader and as a voice for vulnerable people. But at the same time, how do we protect ourselves as human beings and leaders in this work to be able to drive it forward in a way that still allows us to keep our humanity and to be able to keep doing this work for the long term.
So thank you very much indeed. Now, there are, we are in the question and answer session. There are a lot of questions which I just received, and maybe I can just start from the end, but I'm just looking for right now Jack Norris Kipkori from Nairobi, Kenya. So the question is, internal conflicts sometimes causes displacement of people. Some of these conflicts in developing countries are caused by cultural practices like raiding. Such cultural practices causes community differences, which brings about fights and conflicts. The earlier it's mitigated, the better. The question is this one. Anyone would like to just answer? Nicole? So.
I'm sorry, can you repeat? Yes, why don't you go ahead, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's an interesting question around cultural practices and what happens when they create conflict. I think that from my perspective, when we look at climate and climate displacement, these are some of the drivers around that when there are scarce resources. And so one community is pitted against another. These are only going to increase. How do we try and mitigate against some of these practices when there are increasingly less resources, as we've seen in droughts, etc., in the north of Africa? It's only going to get worse. So we need to be able to have strategies. There is also strategies around creating peace and sustainability, which I think are important as well, which, as I highlighted at the beginning of my talk, displacement is created by a multitude of factors, whether they be cultural, whether they be climate, whether they be political, and often these factors intersect. And it's how we address each of those that we're able to ensure that people can live in safety and security, and if they need to move, as Nicole has highlighted, that they can move in a way that is safe and that they are welcomed and that they actually have a future. And this is a normal thing that we should be able to accept, and accept in a way that's not politicized and demonized. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Graham, there's another question to you. Tamirat Tesfaye asking a question about I see these reports frequently on Ethiopia. What do you think behind this? Is your institution free of biasing?
Free on what was the last point?
Is your institution free of biasing?
Bias.
Well, I would hope we are. I think that's part of Amnesty's platform. I think we're often criticised depending on which human rights violations we highlight and where, and I'm willing to accept that as an organisation. But I think the situation in Ethiopia and Eritrea is a particularly forgotten one, I think, in many respects. I think when we look at conflict around the world, this is a very serious conflict, and I think a number of the speakers earlier have highlighted the very serious human rights violations that are occurring in that region at the moment, including a number of the gender-based violations, which I think are particularly severe. I can only speak for my work as the refugee advisor at Amnesty in Australia, and part of my work is to make sure that people who are displaced can get to safety, to push countries like Australia, that is a resettlement country, to do more when it comes to assisting with resettlement out of that region for those who won't be able to return, sadly, and who need to find an alternative safe country. But I think a lot more does need to be done around that conflict, and I think we do need to be able to highlight independently the violations that are occurring, and I think depending on which side you're on, they're always going to be, I guess, pushing back depending on who's being criticised. But I think that doesn't stop the fact that we need transparency wherever the conflict is occurring. The greater the transparency, hopefully the greater pathways to peace and resolution. And that's what I think we really need to see.
That's also my question to you, but you already just replied it, because in this situation, in Pacific region, actually, how the Amnesty plays role to stop the people taking dangerous boat journeys?
Well, I think, and sadly, the Australian model, when it comes to boat arrivals, is something that's now being exported to other countries, including the UK, which is really damaging. It's a way of, as I said, externalizing the issue, making sure that people don't reach your borders and are in fact taken to other countries that are in an even less well-equipped position to be able to deal with people who are in need of protection, and essentially warehousing them there as hostages to try and stop other people from making dangerous journeys, as they would see it. But the cruelty behind that, the separation of families, the psychological damage that this has caused, the ongoing cost, the billions of dollars that Australia has put into this policy to deal with a few thousand individuals at a time when Australia will only give something like $20 million a year to UNHCR to deal with the tens of millions of refugees around the world. It is absolutely outrageous. So, I think these are the lengths that governments will go to stop people from getting to safety, whereas that money, that effort had been put into looking at addressing some of the root causes of displacement and assisting countries that are actually dealing with significant numbers of people. I think we would have been in a much better place in the last 10 years to the disaster we're still dealing with at the moment in Australia.
There is another question from Nairobi, Kenya. The internal conflict sometimes causes displacement of people. Some of these conflicts in developing countries are caused by cultural practices like raiding. Such cultural practices causes community differences, which brings about flights and conflict. I think this is which I just already asked. So another one, the climate. Nicole, I think this question is to you. Climate stresses remain the biggest causes of refugees and the internally displaced people, usually the indigenous men and people from poorer nations being the worst hit, yet they are the least contributors to the climate change. As journalists, what would you say is your role in containing this injustice?
It's going to be a question.
I think what is our role in our role is to stop that injustice. I would say. I think that our role is to make sure that we talk about human beings as agents of change, and that people can adapt when they need to and move. And so we are very clear that there is a whole community. There's the policy implications to slow climate change. We've just passed historic historic pillar moving us forward in the administration to slow climate change. That, of course, isn't an overall strategy to curb global climate change. But I think in general, this idea of scarcity and this idea of competition for resources is central to the opposition side around climate migration. And so I think countering and interrupting that strategy is, of course, one of the things that we work with our partners, both domestically and internationally, to alt that framework and to be able to move it away from one of national security and scarcity to one of people being able to move. And that is part of the human experience. And that is part of the human experience throughout history. And it is part of even things that internally within countries people are going to be experiencing. So there's a conversation, as we've seen more and more Western nations experience internal climate displacement, that we think there's a connection and a through line to bring some of those folks to our side when they can understand the plight of people who are simply moving as an adaptation strategy. And I would say, looking at legal and safe pathways here in the United States, we have mechanisms that exist in our immigration system like TPS, temporary protected status, that have been leveraged for people that are fleeing safety. And so expanding that and being more generous in those provisions is what we would advocate for here in the United States, and for the rest of the world to follow suit. And so right now there are active campaigns to advocate for temporary protected status for Afghan community members, and for those especially with, the ability to access a sponsor here in the United States. And so leveraging every available mechanism in the current immigration system, while also urging our government to broaden those infrastructures, are sort of what's needed. And I will be happy to post our messaging guide here, which sort of lifts up the principles that we are moving forward with as a field and as a movement here in the United States, to counter some of those very harmful narratives that we see coming out across the world in the context of this conversation.
Well, Dr. Graham, would you like to add something on this question?
Well, I think that answers it very well. I think, again, when it comes to climate displacement, I think we do need to make sure that these issues are highlighted. I see another question coming through about Pakistan and what can the world do, or what lessons can be learned from there. But I guess one of the main points is that those countries who are responsible for the greatest degree when it comes to impacting the world's climate do need to step up and accept some responsibility for that, and ensure that those countries that are impacted are actually being properly resourced in the face of that displacement. A number of organisations like Amnesty have openly called for the need for the countries who are causing the damage to actually take responsibility for that, and making sure that the communities who are affected are appropriately resourced to be able to deal with those impacts, and including for individuals who are impacted by climate change and displacement. I don't think the global north is doing that at the moment. I don't think we're doing enough, particularly when it comes to the disaster in Pakistan. I think that it's been woefully ignored, to be honest, when you look at the scale of the displacement there. So I think a lot more can be done. From Australia's perspective, I think we are finally looking to see what can be done in the Pacific and to address climate change in the Pacific, because again, these countries are going to be right at the front line of some of these long-term processes, climate change processes that are going to lead to displacement. And again, when we talk about cultural practices, when we talk about Indigenous people, simply moving people is not always the answer. When your culture is so embedded and linked with the land and where you're from, moving them to somebody else's land where their cultural practices are so embedded is not the solution, and will only lead to further conflict. So how do we address some of those systemic issues, I think, is going to be really important going forward. At the same time, I think it is again about countries stepping up and accepting responsibility for who is actually causing the problems.
It's very valuable explanations. Thank you very much indeed. We have passed over 1,300 viewers in YouTube, and many greetings from many countries. One of them is from Ghana. Alpha Ibrahim Imam says, thanks for the experiences which we are feeding our mind. I find it interesting. And another one from Nigeria again. Glad to be part of this event, joined from Nigeria. And there's a question to Mariana. So will it be any other documentaries except the invisible? Will it be visible?
I'm already filming my next documentary, but it has it actually has to do with the climate crisis, but not the refugee crisis. But the story of the invisible is not a story that belongs, in the past. It's an ongoing crisis. So I'm still doing a lot of work as a journalist for the newspaper I work for in Greece, with the community, and to try to really tell that story of what's going on in Turkey at the moment.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Mr. Mehmet, are we just, out of time, or would you like to add anything, Dr. Graham?
No, I think I'd like to again thank everyone for coming and thank everyone for all the questions. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here, and again, speaking with such distinguished panelists. Again, I've heard a lot about you, Nicole. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to meet you in person, but keep up your amazing work. And yeah, I mean, for people like Mariana, I think shining the light through journalism and documentaries is absolutely amazing. There are some great documentaries coming out of Australia dealing with the people who would be subject to offshore processing. I'm happy to provide links to the organisers here as well. But, yeah, I mean, these are the stories we need to get out.
Well, Nicole, would you like to add anything?
No, I think migration, of course, is a global community issue. And as we see the forces of, nativist and xenophobic narratives try to take hold across the world, I think the work of the good people on this webinar and in the room there, and certainly the voice of our youth and organizers to build a powerful collective response are what should give us all hope that there is a brighter space for us to be able to talk about this as a part of the human experience and depoliticize it.
Mariana?
For an invitation, and it was very, very interesting to hear all of the speeches today. And let's keep on working on those issues.
Thank you very much. There is a quiet time in Germany after 10 p.m. and it's almost 20 minutes left here. So it's, the sleeping time from Germany. You are all in the, in the daytime, I'm in the midnight time. So thank you very much indeed for your attendance. Mr. Mehmet, please.
Oh, thank you so much. You can hear me? Yes. All right. Thank you so much for everyone making this SDGs conference a success. And I know that this has been a very tiring day for all of you, sitting down, listening to amazing speakers. But at the same time, I would like to thank all of our viewers on Zoom and YouTube for watching us and giving their comments and questions and engaging in this important conference. This has been, like a privilege for the Journalists and Writers Foundation and our 36 global partners from 24 different countries to organize this conference at John Jay College. We also want to thank Mr. Dr. Brian Kerr, the Vice President of John Jay College, and also Dr. Diego Rodendo for hosting this event and also the roundtable discussion at John Jay College. And also we want to give a special thanks to the students and faculty at John Jay College for joining us and engaging the conversations with their questions and comments, and I think they were very helpful. Of course, this conference it could not be possible without our global partners. I want to give our really, really good, emphasis and special thanks to them because they have come all the way from Australia, all the way from Philippines, all the way from Greece, all the way from Kenya, all the way from South Africa, and so it is, it is a tiring trip, and they have been, visiting different organizations, having family dinners, having a reception at a rooftop, going here and there. They're going crazy, It's been like really amazing. But of course, it's very tiring. I can see it from your eyes as well. But thank you. You are resilient. I think that's one of the things with UN, right? You are very resilient. Now, this is our closing. We will close the 7th annual SDGs conference. But however, we would like to grow our partnerships to make it better, to make it bigger and stronger. For the future events and future collaborations. So I have met different, amazing speakers and guests, and they represent a lot of organizations, a lot of different communities who are like-minded in building peace and security globally So let's connect. Let's not make this event just one-time shot and we go back and forget about it. No, we will not forget you. So we will email you, we will contact you, and we would like to work with you at the local and maybe global level as well. It is mentioned in the intro video, but I would like to emphasize that this conference aims to make a policy change. And policy change is not only coming together and speaking, but it is also about producing policy documentations. So over here, I want to thank our advisory board member, Dr. Regional Nalugula, who has been very kind. He is an amazing professor from Kenya, from Tangaza University, who has been contributing in helping us creating conference proceedings. All the speeches that you've made, if we have them in written, it's easy. If not, we will go ahead and we will transcribe them. We will edit them, and we will make sure that those that have been discussed or those that have been shared with us in this audience and with the audience here at John Jay College and at Zoom and YouTube will be documented and then made in a very nice way, and we will disseminate it within the United Nations system. That's how you make an impact in policy change. That's how you put your words and your efforts to the policymakers at the United Nations. So that's what I would like to share with you. And another thing, not only conference proceedings, but we will summarize some of the highlights of that have been said by the speakers, keynote speakers, and also from our audience. That will be summarized in resolutions and declarations that will be shared with the UN Department of Global Communications that will be disseminated again within the UN system. When I say UN system, the Secretariat, the UN member states, and civil society organizations who are interested in building peace and security globally, who are interested in protecting and promoting press freedom, who would like to advocate for gender equality across the globe. So they will receive it. So we will make sure that happens, and we will post it on our website at unga-conference.unga.com. And okay, we're coming to the end, and I know that we would like to recognize everybody, but again, I would like to, like our audience to hear this as well. Just by saying, I want to thank Ahmed Orhan Polat from Australia for, amazing contributions, real contributions since the beginning of this conference, attending, bringing people to New York and over there. And I know that he's a change maker in Australia. Thank you so much for coming and bringing, yes, if you around with us. Also, I would like to thank Mr. Hasan Kotsansi from Greece. Thank you so much. On the phone, but I'm so delighted to meet you in person. And I know that you're doing an amazing job helping refugees and making integration happen. Because sometimes policies are produced, made, but we need people to implement them, right? So you are one of those working closely with our Greece friends and other journalists and civil society organizations to make refugee integration policies implemented. I also want to thank our another global partner, Onur Kılıçarslan from the Philippines. Thank you so much. We have brought like a big and a good delegation from the Philippines, and then so we had a group of academics, but at the same time we have a delegation of law enforcement, which is very important in peace and security, and the general who spoke at the reception. I think that was very well received. Thank you so much for joining, bringing our guests to New York, and I hope that your travel will be more productive in the coming days as you go to Washington, D.C., I believe. And next is Kenya. Kenya is a very strong partner for us. Every year they have never missed one of our events. And I want to thank Ibrahim, Chakchu for coming to this event and bringing our advisor, board member, and Professor Husseini to this event. And they are amazing with a huge, big heart. Thank you so much. And we appreciate that. I want to thank Mr. Mustafa Genç in Kenya. He is, a good friend, and he does an amazing job. I mean, I wish you could know him. He couldn't come, but hopefully next year. And another journalist from South Africa, he is Turkmen Terzi. And then he is very active, he is very talkative, and he is very, good at networking. And, thank you so much, Turkmen, for coming. I think Turkmen is one of the journalists that I know who is writing in English to non-Turkish speakers, because most of the Turkish journalists who fled the country after 2016, they are writing in Turkish, which is amazing because we have to know what's going on with some analysis. But at the same time, we have to make sure that our non-Turkish friends and communities, they learn what's going on. So, I mean, he is writing in English in South Africa, in Africa, and also in Europe and the US. I'm reading his articles. It's amazing. I recommend you highly to read his articles. And thank you so much for South Africa for coming with a big delegation of journalists, editor-in-chiefs, and also media personalities. Thank you. All right. I think I covered all of our global partners, but of course, of the 30 other global partners, they recommended nominated speakers. Thank you so much for joining, contributing. I know that this is a hybrid event, so we had some of them in person, some others, over there, but hopefully next year we would like to make this an in-person event, because getting to know one another, an event is, I think, much different, and we missed it, and thank you so much for everybody for coming to this. Now, we said, what is it, something that we can give as a thanks that could, last a little, that hasn't had value in terms of money, but that has a value in terms of memory. So we said, okay, let's get some plaques, an appreciation plaque to our global partners and our speakers. So we have them over here. Unfortunately, they made just two mistakes for two people. All right, so they double, two persons and missed two other people. But I would like to first, to go into our awards, to our appreciation plaques. So let me just take the mic. I'm sorry. Of course, after this, we will have a reception that has been given by the president and the vice president of John Jay College. It will be at 4:30, but we can have a rest at the second floor where we have this beautiful rooftop, and then they would like to meet with us. All right, now let me have this. All right. So first, I would like to welcome Ahmet Orhan Polat. Oh yes, I forgot a couple of things, but I'll do this after. All right, so now I would like to welcome Philippa McDonald from Australia. And again, she's an award-winning journalist from Australia. And if you are interested in what it says on the plaque, it says, in recognition of her remarkable speech and moderation on protecting journalists from assaults, arrests, and press freedom at the Roundtable on Journalism at the 7th Annual SDGs Conference 2022 in the margins of the UNGA 77th session. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Dr. Graham Tom, and if you don't mind, sir. Okay. All right, again, Dr. Graham Tom is a refugee coordinator at the Amnesty International from Australia. Thank you so much for joining. Right. Of course, this is not, I'm not a TV host. I forgot a good friend of mine, Pesas, Fatih from India. Okay, he is very humble. Okay, so you wouldn't recognize him, but you must recognize definitely his work from India. He is organizing interfaith dialogue, conversations, discussions, but at the same time, he has certificate program for leaders to build peace in India, South Asia, and globally, and he's inviting speakers. So if you would like to engage, so he has really good programs. Thank you. So now let's go with. Next up is the Secretary General of India-Log Foundation. So India Dialogue Foundation. Yes. All right, our next recipient is Mr. Oasis Sultan Khan, a human rights activist from India. All right, I'm sorry, Mariana, I think I forgot you, but I'm going with Greece. All right, now let's go with Mr. Hassan Kotsansi from the from Greece. He is the Secretary General of Gefira Foundation. Gefira, it means peace. Does it mean peace? Bridge, yes, it's a bridge foundation from Greece. All right, so our next, recipient is Ms. Mariana Kataonaki. She's a journalist, documentary filmmaker, and she has very good, strong networks. That's what I know. Oh yes, I know. It's in my list, but maybe after. But Mariana, as she mentioned during her closing remarks, she produced an amazing documentary, and I think that she has some rewards as well, right? Invisible. That will be screened at Lincoln Center this evening from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. I highly recommend that you join us. I think that is something that you should see. That's a way that she raises awareness on refugees. And sometimes, like the picture that you mentioned in your speech, that little child, that really touched everybody's heart. When I see him, by the shore, that really shocked us. But that is still going on, right? Not only in Greece, in Turkey, and many other places. So thank you so much for, making this, producing this documentary, and giving a voice to the refugees. Thank you. We will go with our next person. Okay, so this one is a special talk and appreciation for Her Excellency Sofia Woltepsi, the Deputy the Deputy Minister for Migration and Asylum in charge of integration from Greece. To give this, I would like to welcome Mr. Soteris. Yeah, I would like to welcome, if you could receive this on her behalf and present it, Of course, this is not planned, but I think, we should know more about Mr. Soteris, right? Soteris. Yes, he is also helping refugees in Greece, and so he's doing an amazing job. I am learning. I don't know much of the work that he's done, but I've heard a lot of things, good things. So I'd like to give him some questions or some remarks.
Okay, I've been doing that for 10 years.
Oh, okay.
And especially after the coup, we have heard many refugees, but I have also scientific work about refugees and about the situation in Turkey, and we'll keep doing that together with Hassan and JWF SDGs will continue doing that.
All right, thank you so much, sir. You all have a big heart. You do an amazing job. Thank you. All right, now let's go with with South Africa. Okay, so now I'd like to welcome my friend Turkmen Terzi. He talks and he talks and he talks and he talks, but he talks with content, right? I mean, he's I adore him. I mean, he's a good role model for journalists.
Congratulations, Mantarzi.
All right, now I would like to welcome the Ranjini Mosami from South Africa again. She's the head of media relations with the government and public policy South Africa, and she's very well known in South Africa and globally. She's a change maker. Thank you so much for joining. So our second, recipient is Mr. Motley Makanai from South Africa. He is the editor-in-chief of City Press South Africa. Thank you so much, sir, for moderation, and you are very kind. All right, now let's go with the Philippines. Okay. All right. Okay, this is where the mistake comes, right? So I would like to welcome Mr. Honor Kuchaslan to the podium from the Philippines. Thank you so much for joining us. And we had a big delegation of 8 guests, I guess, right? 8 guests from the Philippines. And thank you so much for coming all the way, and thank you for that. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Henelito Sevilla from the Philippines. He is the Dean and Professor at the Asian Center University for the Philippines, Diliman. Thank you so much, sir. You really appreciate your speech. I think that was really a lot of information. Thank you so much. All right, now let's go with Kenya. I would like to welcome Mr. Ibrahim Muchacha. He's the chairman of White Youth Schools in Kenya. Those schools are very, very successful, and they are preparing youth for the future with math and science and for all other like subjects. And thank you so much for coming. There is, I would like to just, like present another plug for Mustafa Genç. He is a really a man of heart, and he does a lot of good work in Kenya, and so it's our appreciation for him. All right, I think like we've given like those who are present with us our plaques. All right, I forgot a couple of persons right there. Very important role. They had a very important role in organizing this event. I would like to thank Priyanka Chachal. You don't know her, but she is an amazing young woman from India. In organizing this conference, she helped us so much with social media, producing flyers, reaching out to different audiences, and she's studying medicine in Kyrgyzstan, right? She's from India, she's studying in Kyrgyzstan, and thank you so much, Priyanka, for your selfless efforts. But of course, I would like to thank another person, another colleague. Her name is Ezra Aydın, and she's our board member, she's our secretary. She's in the next room, okay? You don't get to see her, but she's in the next room. She has a master's in media relations and media, and she is broadcasting the whole thing and the whole Zoom and other things. So thank you, Ezra, for being with us today and making sure that our program runs smoothly. Of course, this conference is is very young because we have our young interns and associates. I want to thank Melanie. Okay, she is Stony Brook University, and she's very comfortable in front of the camera. You have to see her, programs, and I watch her, and she's amazing. They do like TV programs with Stony Brook TV, right? They do local news. It's amazing. You have to, you should, see her. And then I want to thank Alp. Here is Alp. Okay, he left, but he was the person we had to thank. And also I want to thank Murat. Now Murat is our intern. Okay. And I want to thank Kenan. Kenan is our intern. Graduate this year. And also I would like to thank, Bishra and Siniha. Bishra, Siniha, are they here? Bishra right here. Great. Everything, like they were just like fixing problems, fixing things, Thank you so much. And lastly, okay, let's see if I don't forget anybody. I would like to thank Bera. Here is Bera. Bera, okay. Bera is a lifesaver. That whatever I tell her, like I ask her, we need food, we need drinks, we need this and that, he made everything possible. Thank you so much, Bera, and he worked so hard. He and himself, his friends, and what are the names? Nuruddin. Tariq. Thank you so much. This was very thank you. And the food was so good because there is a lot of preparations behind it. I know it. And also I want to thank, like Brian, right? Damien, I'm sorry, Damien. A lot of these to really make sure that our sound system worked well, and then they troubleshoot all the problems and make the connections. Believe me, this is our first time doing a hybrid program in person and at the same time Zoom. I think that worked very well. And also, since Konstantinos came, right? Okay, don't stop. He is amazing, and his team, helped us, put these things together. We are so grateful. Thank you so much, Konstantinos. And this event was a success. Did I miss? Of course, like my colleague JWF, who was, moderating, and you've seen her at the reception. Again, she is the mind, the head, the whole backbone of this program. So thank you so much, Jemre, for putting this all together. And I think this is it. Okay, I talked too much. Right, with 10 minutes or even more. All right, thank you so much.
What about yourself?
Well, what about myself? My son, you want to be proud of me, right? Thank you, son. Thank you. All right, so I try my best to be a good role model. All right. Okay, let me give you a personal note. Okay, I don't know how it is to buy a house in Australia or in Greece or in Turkey. You go to a notarized place and you sign papers and you buy it. Okay, you put the money. In the US, it's a crazy long process. Recently, we get a house, right? On Monday, we got the reception, right? Ask me where I was in. It's 2 p.m. I was in New Jersey doing the closing, like signing a lot of documents. And then I left New Jersey at 2:30 p.m. to rush to the reception. And then, that was like a 5-month-old process. And that happened to happen on Monday, just the day of the reception. But thank God, we got it. So it's all resolved. So now we have a home.
Yay.
All right, Konstantinos, do you know what time the reception will be?
No, we have 4, they said.
4?
Yes.
Okay, so we have just 3 minutes. Let me see if I can entertain you 3 more minutes. Okay, all right, so. Oh, yes, I forgot the group photo. Yes, that's very good. See our advisor board member, he's very good advising me. All right, now I would like to welcome everybody in. Okay, everybody in to the podium. We can have a group maybe in the back, another group over here. Let's have a group photo, okay? So if my interns could help, maybe move this a little bit back.